Hello, lovelies. Welcome to another Saturday night stream. Against all odds, because anyone who's got me on their friends list will have seen that I have disconnected from Wurm about 15-20 times today. But I think I'm getting to the root of the problem, finally. So my loading screen today is about displaying foods because I'm doing a fishing stream, and fish are some of the nicest food models in the whole game. So pro tip, if you want to display your food and you don't want it to decay, perch on top of LMCs, just slide them nicely into marble tables. They fit beautifully, and just a little lip of them shows over the top that you can balance things on. But anyway, how's everybody doing? Let me turn my loading screen off. There we go. And hello to everybody who's in chat. Hello, Madoon. Fish. Fish indeed. Hello, Madoon. Hello, Memers. Hi, Bun. Hi, Moomin. Hello to anybody else who is lurking in chat. So I am over on Exodus at Thorspring currently. Hello, Ruffle. Good to see you too. I meant to eat the remainder of my breakfast. Well, there's still a little bit left to have. But as those of you in the Coterie Discord channel will know, I've been learning about fishing and doing some data gathering on and off over the past 2 weeks. And there is still a lot more to learn than I have learned thus far. But I've learned some valuable things, and I've learned some less valuable things. So I figured since we have a skilling weekend underway, now might be a good time to share some of them. Hey, Massa. Yeah, I know, right? I think so too. I don't know how complicated it is to set that kind of stuff up. But yeah, it would be super nice if they did do something like that. And in fact, that was a suggestion that I made to Rosalia when they started advertising sort of for people to join the relaunched Ven network. I said one of the things that was really missing from my point of view was, like, what do the viewers get out of it? And I don't know how complicated that is to set those kinds of things up, but it would be nice. Hello, Bitter, how you doing? So so I'm over on Thorspring, which for anybody who doesn't know by now, we are right in the center of Exodus. This is Joshua Calvert's deed that I also live at for the past year and a bit when I'm not over on my home server, which is Release. And I've been doing some of my fishing experimentation around here recently, which is why I've picked Exodus to do my fishing stream on. We have a holy crop on Exodus at the moment, thanks to Bun and Ruffle in chat, who came over and brought priests over earlier and cast it. I brought breakfast. So we've got a holy crop active for the next 17 hours and 43 minutes. If anybody is a faux follower, come and pray and get your rewards and your sleep bonus refreshed. And actually that warm-up that we had at the beginning, that was, I had already filmed one, but then I hurriedly went and filmed another one because it's not very visible at night, but during the daytime, holy crop skies are sort of a greenish colour. But it means the transition from night to day, you get this really vibrant purple, and I love it. You appreciated the breakfast. Good, Ruffle. Right, now, the reason I'm up here, my first useless bit of Wurm fishing trivia for you, I discovered literally half an hour ago. So I was very disappointed 2 weeks ago to find out that I couldn't fish off the top of the manor, which made me very, very sad, because even though it will let you select a tile, it was all too far away for it to work. But I learned half an hour ago, just kind of by accident through trial and error, that you can fish off the top of a building such as this, and it depends what rod you use. So if anybody has grand aspirations of fishing out of their bedroom window, for example, which I kind of do, my bedroom is just down there, it turns out that the different rods have a different range at which you can cast your float. Some of you maybe already knew this, but I didn't. So what stymied me the first time is I was trying with a light fishing rod, but I was running around with a pro fishing rod earlier, and I happened to try with that, and I realised that I could do it from the ground floor, which I hadn't been able to before, and then I realised I could do it from the first floor, just a little bit further back, and then from the upper floor. So yeah, so there you go, there's a little bit of trivia for you. So from all the way up here, I can do it with a professional fishing rod, just about. Don't know if I can do it with a medium, but it seems like they go up. Yeah, Moomin. So it seems like they go up just like small increments, and for the most part, you wouldn't notice it when you are fishing on the flat, but if you're fishing from a height, it does make a difference. So if I just show you again, so like with the light fishing rod, as you can see, like this target will go white and red when I hit a spot that I can fish at, and if you're at the very far reaches, even if you've got it lit up like that, it may still tell you that it's too far. So I can't do it with a light one. But if I swap this out for, say, medium, can I do medium from up here? I was testing it sort of each level up the house to try and learn from it. Okay, so now we've got a medium fishing rod. So it won't quite let me do it with a medium, but if I go down to the first floor, it will, just on the edges. So I think the only thing that I can fish with from up here is probably my professional fishing rod. But if we go down to the lower levels, I'll show you on the ground floor. I'm not going to show you on every single floor, but if I'll show you on the ground floor and you'll see what I mean, because there you can see the full range of them and the slight difference between it. And it's just such an imperceptible difference when you are not working at a height. So with a professional fishing rod, now if I try and fish, I've got this space here where I can fish at, and if I go right out to the edges of my reach, it will tell me probably that it's too far. There you go, so I get too far away to fish. But if I don't, if I come in a little bit, then behold, I can fish from my 3rd floor roof terrace on a building which is already up 88 slopes from the water. Of course, fishing with a professional rod in very, very shallow water like that is not going to get me much at all, but it is going to get me something. Because it turns out the fish are a lot less finicky about rods than the wiki would has led us to believe. But I'll talk about that a little bit more later. So I'll show you on the first floor. So this is sort of like, this is the ground floor of the manor house. And if I show you again here, so with the professional fishing rod, this is, wait, hang on. With a professional fishing rod, as you can see down here, now I'm down a couple of floors down, like, it kicks in just a little bit further away, not far, but a bit further away, but it's still cutting me off at the extremes. So I can fish with the pro rod to like there-ish. And if I go down to the deep rod sounds kind of fishy. But if I go down to the deep rod, then likewise, I can fish with that. But as you can see, the target's only just starting to click a little bit further in. It's a difference of about, from here, it looks like about half a tile, but actually it's less than that because perspective is weird in fishing. But so I can fish with a deep rod from here. And I think I can fish with basically everything but the light rod. The light rod won't do it even this close. But it's almost like I gain an extra story of the building for every level up I do of my rod. So I think medium then is the closest I can do here, and that's a pretty tight fit. But there you go. Useless for most people. A little bit of worm trivia. Look at that very, very small range in which I can fish with my medium rod. But it doesn't, like, it lets me do it right on the edge of the waterline. Just about. There you go, there's that vibrant purple sky I was talking about. Also, there's a shark up there, and I forgot that I put a shark up there. So there you go. That's your first bit of weird fishing trivia. Look at that purple. How good is that? I'm not actually in the best position to see the sunrise from here, unfortunately, but it's a really nice sort of colour transition. I mean, it's not my favourite. Rite of Spring is my favourite with those sort of blues into pinks. But, you know, I'll take it. Nice rich purples. The green I'm a bit more about. But yes. And paying attention to the time of day is also apparently important in fishing, although again, not as important as I first assumed from reading the wiki. So one of the things that I learned from the wiki that I did not know, I learned from a weird bit of a page on the wiki as well. I found it on the old fishing table, not on the new fishing pages, and I don't know if it's on the sort of like the universe page, if it's got timings at all. But purple colour is best colour. Bitter, have I ever made a fantastic item? No. I have found fantastic items, like I found fantastic Easter. I found a fantastic Easter egg this Easter, but no, I don't think I've ever made one. And sod's law, if I did, it would be something like a fantastic wool or a fantastic chopped basil, knowing me. Yeah, so timings. If anybody has been getting into fishing in Wurm and has looked at the fish pages on the wiki that tell you about individual fish, you'll have noticed that in the fish tables, it tells you that different fish like or are easier to find at different times of day. And on those fish pages, it just gives you like morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And I don't know about anybody else, but the assumptions I made about what worm counts as morning, afternoon, evening, and night were way off. So here's another bit of worm trivia for you, and maybe less useless than the last with regard to fishing. And that is that worm considers morning anytime from 4:30 a.m. till 10:30 a.m. It considers afternoon 10:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Evening 4:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. and night 10:30 p.m. till 4:30 a.m. So if you were sitting there fishing sort of like at midday, in the run up to midday, thinking that you were still in morning, you're not. But my preliminary findings have been that actually you don't really see that much effect of fishing for fish at the wrong times of day, because I think the difference is in how much they show up. You might you'd notice it, I suppose, if you were doing sort of hundreds of fishing, hundreds of casts. You might sort of start to see those trends, but it's not terribly noticeable in the amount of fishing that anybody sort of casually fishing or competition fishing is likely to find. Hello, Bun. Hello, Myra. Bun, you've made a fantastic dirt and got a fantastic source crystal. Yeah, and that was from a treasure map, right? How you doing, Myra? The lovely Myra very, very kindly made and sent me some more fishing line this morning because I snapped one yesterday and I was a little bit worried about not having some backups. So I've got Myra to thank for having now having some backup lines in my kit. But as you can see, Thorspring is surrounded by water, so we've got lots of lovely space in which to fish. There's a difference between fishing in freshwater and saltwater in terms of the kinds of fish that you can fish up, but most can be found in both types. There's just a few that are persnickety about which ones they belong in. But there is a way to, depending on your server and your server's layout, there is a way to introduce saltwater further into the server than you might think. So I'll talk a little bit about water types and how they're created and determined, because this is a thing that I literally only learned in the last couple of weeks as well. A little bit later, but the first thing I thought I would do is let's just talk a little bit about kit, because one of the things that put me off coming back to fishing for so long was the complexity of the fishing kit. I used to fish before they did the worm fishing overhaul. Back when it was just you and a rod and a pole and you could just AFK fish off the end of your dock at the end of a day, and it was super chill. And I found the sort of the new system to be so complex at first glance that it just kind of, I kept being like, I want to get back into it, but maybe not right now. And I kept not right nowing for several years. And finally, the thing that sort of got me to do it was getting my kit imped up for me at Impelongs, because fishing kit requires a number of different skills. I'll talk about those in a second. So one of them was about getting them fished up at Impelongs, and the other thing was actually Impelongs running fishing competitions, which made me be like, okay, well, maybe I'll get out the kit that I've got and just have a go. And I have, for several fishing competitions, sometimes been running around like a headless chicken because my kit is incomplete or I'm missing a thing from it, and learn some lessons from that. But if anybody is trying to, like me, is sort of thinking about getting into fishing and keeps being sort of overwhelmed by the kit requirements, maybe we should talk about those, because they are a lot. Once you've got your stuff together, it's not so bad, but getting it all together in the first place is a little bit of a pain in the arse. And Bun considered hurrying to put up a fishing merchant near our own fishing. Well, I think maybe you should put up a fishing merchant, in one of your markets. Because I only know one place that I can buy fishing lines, and I bought them out 2 weeks ago, and they don't restock that often. Speaking of fishing kit being tough to put together, I did a count up of all of the skills required to make yourself a complete fishing kit earlier, and brace yourself for this. I didn't actually count how many there were, I just listed them all. So for a complete fishing kit, including all of the bits that go in your tackle box, the skills that it will use for you to do it are carpentry, fine carpentry, blacksmithing, jewellery smithing, forestry, cloth tailoring, rope making, leatherworking, foraging, baking, butchering, fishing itself, animal husbandry, dairy making, farming, milling, and miscellaneous items, and I have almost certainly missed at least one. So it's a system that makes use of a whole variety of skills, and it doesn't mean that if you don't have much in any of those skills, you can't get involved in fishing. Like, you can. I don't think there's any kind of like hard skill thresholds on those. But the bit where impalongs come in and maybe can help is, for example, if you don't have much in the way of jewelry smithing, getting somebody to imp up your professional reel for you will help a lot. I don't know that the higher quality your reels are, that makes much difference in terms of your ability to fish, but it does make a difference because every time you fish, your rod and your reel and the hook that's on it will all take damage. So having higher quality stuff, first of all, gives you a little bit of a buffer against that damage accrual. But also, when you're fishing for heavy fish, they can break some of your fishing equipment. We know that they can break lines, they can break reels, they can certainly run off with your hooks. The wiki suggests they can also break your fishing rod. But I asked around, and nobody's actually aware of this happening that I spoke to since the fishing overhaul. So we don't know if what the wiki is referring to is either that it can break items on your rod, like your reels or your line, or if it's referring to fishing with a low quality rod and it taking such a massive damage tick that the rod breaks in one go, or if it's just a misnomer, misinformation. Slightly worrying for anybody who's fishing with a rare rod, but on the plus side, I couldn't find anybody who was like, yeah, no, I broke a rod. Only the equipment on it. So getting your stuff imped up at something like an impalong, particularly if it's skills you don't have, that's probably a good shout. So your main fishing rod, it can be any material. Willow is the best one, in as much as willow rods will take less damage from heavy fish. So as with those other things, if you've inherited a really nice rod or you've just got one left over that's got a good enchant on it, it doesn't matter if it's something other than willow, but if you're making one from scratch, you might as well make it in willow because it's just got a little bit more damage resilience. As Myra says, like, even people who have got all the fishing in the game, a Moomin. It could be that a very big fish can do it. It might just be somebody got an unlucky damage tick. It might be that actually what they meant is it can break, as in it can damage your rod or it can break parts of the rod. But as far as we can tell, nobody's actually had their whole rod broken. You could add fishing stuff to the pool's closed market if you've got, Madoon, if you've got a spare merchant and a spare stall. I don't know how many people there are buying fishing stuff. I suspect a lot of people who fish, like Myra, probably have the skills to make their own. But for me, for example, fishing lines is cloth tailoring and rope making. No, I could make my own. They would not be very good, so I'm quite happy to buy them. Things like reels and stuff. Again, if you don't get them done at an impalong, I would have been tempted to buy high quality reels the first time I found them. Things like hooks and stuff, not so much, because you can make those quite easily. You can also forage them up quite easily. You can forage hooks out of seaweed. For anybody who doesn't know, particularly if your foraging is better than, for example, your carpentry or your blacksmithing, you might get better quality hooks by foraging them rather than by creating them. So if you're making a rod, make it from willow. But if you've got a rod in anything else, don't worry about it. It's fine in anything else. It's just the willow one takes slightly less damage from those bigger damage ticks. Although my rod has Blessings of the Dark on it, as far as I'm aware, rods don't actually benefit from the Wind of Ages bit from speed increases. This was just because at the point that I got this cast, there were no Venora priests casting and there were Libilla priests casting. But Circle of Cunning is useful on your rod if you're getting it enchanted. And rods have, if I take this off, so your basic fishing rod, if you start with a fishing pole, particularly if you're dealing with a legacy pole, you can convert it, turn it into a fishing rod. I think you add an extra shaft to it and some eyelets or something. But the kind of rod that you can add all of the bits and pieces to, that does have to be a fishing rod, not a fishing pole. You can convert one into the other. I haven't done it, but my understanding is that if you're converting a legacy rod, the enchants won't carry over. So if you've got an old fishing pole that's got nice enchants that you want to keep, you probably want to keep that as a pole and actually make yourself a new fishing rod, because the enchants, and I think maybe also the rarity, won't transfer with it. Gobbo skulls are good for hooks, but bone hooks aren't as good as wooden hooks for most things, but bone hooks have the benefit of being all-rounders. So according to the wiki, wooden hooks are good for fishing for things which like to feed on the surface. Metal hooks are good for fishing for things which like to feed nearer the bottom, and bone is all right for both. The benefit of the wooden hooks is that if you make your hooks in lemon wood or orange wood, there's a significant reduction on the amount of time it takes for a fish to show up and come and bite. So since we're moving on to those other bits, so yeah, on your basic rod, you've got an empty fishing reel slot. So the choice of reels that you have for these are a light fishing reel, medium, deep water, and professional, and they kind of go in that order. So in terms of complexity to make them, but also in terms of sort of like the size of fish you'll be fishing up with them. There's no rule about what kind of hooks you can have on what kind of rods, but broadly speaking, you probably want wooden hooks on your light fishing rod. You might want them on your medium, even though you're going to be using a medium rod for all sorts, because of that speed bonus. By the time you're getting to your deep water fishing rod, you probably want fishing reel, you probably want metal hooks on that and on your professional fishing reel. But bone hooks will be fine on either, and you can use anything on anything. It's just theoretically you'll get less fish jumping the line if you've got the right kit on the right rod. So without anything on it, my fishing rod is just called a fishing rod. As soon as I add a reel to it, that then changes the nature of my fishing rod. So if I put a light reel on it, it becomes a light fishing rod. And the same with all of the others. Then once you've got your reel in place, it needs a line. The lines are specific to the reels. So light fishing line goes on a light reel, medium goes on a medium reel, heavy goes on a deep water reel, and braided goes on a professional reel. Pretty sure, let's just check. Yes, braided goes on a professional reel. So those ones are tailored to the type of reel, and they require intermittently cloth tailoring and rope making to make. So you sort of like, you make one, and then I think you put the two together to make the medium or something. Myra would tell you better than that. So you need the right kind of lines for whatever kind of reels you've got. A full set is a set of 4, one of each, but because it is possible for your reels to break, having a backup one, if you want a complete kit, is a good idea. That said, my tackle box currently weighs 25 kilos, so you weigh up how much you want backups versus, complete kit. Okay, so you make basic ones with your hand and a string of cloth. And the basic line, that's for the fishing pole, right? Because once you start making lines for the fishing rod, then you've got to go from basic to make light. Use the basic one to make the light. So what do you use to make the medium? I thought you were sort of like doing extra ones, a bit like making the reels. Myra's the expert, having just made my lines, so she'll tell us. To make the reels, you make sort of like the wooden reel part for a light or a medium one. You do those with carpentry and fine carpentry. For the the deep one and the professional one, you need blacksmithing and jewelry smithing respectively, but you also have to make like different kinds of handles for the reels. So this is what I mean, like there's quite a faff involved in actually making your kit to begin with. But once you've made it, or made a couple of them, so you've got a backup, then hopefully you don't have to make any of it again for a very long time. Like making the padded reels, for example, which I think are the ones that you use on the professional fishing rods. If you've never looked at these, let's have a look. So padded handle, sorry, that goes on a professional fishing reel requires a reinforced handle wrapped in a square piece of cloth. Now, a reinforced handle requires wires and a leather wound handle, and a leather wound handle requires a handle and a strip of leather. So those are your different stages of handles. Like this basic one, this goes on your first reel. Then when you attach wires to it, that makes the kind that goes on your second reel. Then when you wrap it in cloth, that makes the kind that goes on the... You get the picture. So it's convoluted and messy. It requires a lot of different skills. Oh, so then you use... Yeah, okay. So you're not adding additional items, you're just using a new tool on it to upgrade them. Gotcha. So having said, once you're set up, it's not too bad. I realise I'm now here being like, so this takes like a 100-step process to get started. But you can get started. I mean, you can still fish with a fishing pole. You're just more limited in what you can fish for. But if you just want to get started with stuff, you can make yourself a light and or a medium reel, get yourself the corresponding line, and forage up some hooks. And then all you've got to worry about is getting yourself some floats and some bait, which, again, are easier to do than it appears once you know how. But to get the full kit, it does take a little bit more, and it requires at least one of each of these items for you to fish with the full kit. So your rod has to have a reel on it, the reel has to have a line, the line has to have a hook, and it has to have at least a float. Bait is optional. But there's 4 kinds of floats, and another thing I learned literally just today, because there's another bit of information, another page buried on the wiki, which I didn't know about, but there is a best float, and it's a twig. And I'm annoyed that I have gotten all the way up to fishing 70 without realising that there is a best float to use. So if anybody else like me did not find that page of the wiki and realise there was really much difference between them, I'll tell you what, I'll drop you a link in, because there's always new stuff to learn about Wurm. We know this, but I find it I think one of the things that makes fishing more frustrating maybe than it needs to be is that actually a lot of the information you need to know is split across multiple pages, and you don't know that you need to look at them all in order to find it all out, which is why I keep discovering more information on more pages that I just did not know was there. So what do we want? We want the floats page. So there you go. Ruffle is available for professional tackle box filling services. So I've just popped a link in there, but the floats page, for anybody who hasn't seen it before, will show you the different characteristics of the different kinds of floats, because they affect which, depending on the depth that the fish you're after feeds at, different floats are theoretically better for different kinds of fish. But a quick glance at that table will tell you all that twig is the best, because twig is the only one that is okay at every time of day and at every depth, and still best in 3 categories. Whereas your feathers are poor at anything but top depth, and poor at 3 out of 4 times of day. Your moss has got 4 poor ratings. Your bark has got 2. Twigs are your best bet. For just universal floats, just stick with twigs, ignore the rest. It's probably not worth the faff of swapping between them. If you want to get the other types, moss you get by literally cutting it off a chunk of moss. Feathers you can get from butchering birds, as you might expect. What was the other one? Bark you get from from certain kinds of trees. Do you get it from birch trees specifically? But the one, given that it's twigs, almost certainly that you're going to want for most things. Don't actually know why I've got off my horse. So you can do this from horseback. Twigs you get from overaged bushes, any kind of bush. So most, but not all, will have them. So if we have a look at some of these grape bushes, for example, if you've got a vineyard, that's a perfect candidate. We're looking for overaged ones. There we go, search for twigs. You'll get maybe 2 or 3 twigs a time. You just want to fill it up with twigs. The downside is that your twigs do seem to start to take decay. I mean, maybe not too fast. I don't know how long I've had these ones in here, but everything in your tackle box will slowly take decay unless you store it in an LMC between fishing sessions every time. I've been walking around with mine in my inventory. You just forage, get moss, and one moss. Yeah, and I've been using moss as well, right? Because you never run out of moss floats, except that it turns out that they will jump the line a lot less if you are using twigs instead of moss. So now, despite, you know, all of these lovely different kinds of floats I've got in here, now what I'm doing is I'm going through and I am replacing them all with twigs. So you go 3 twigs from that one, you'll get about that many. You just want to be looking at any overaged bushes near you. Search for twigs. They're your best float. Use twigs for everything. Myra says things that take much faster decay if they've been sitting in an LMC for a while and then you take it out. That'll be catch-up decay, I assume, because if it's in an LMC on deed, it's fine, and then you take it out into your inventory, you take it off deed, and it seems like there's a bit of catch-up decay associated with some of those things. Certainly, of all the things in your tackle box, the ones that will decay the fastest are the fish. So your sardines, your roaches, there you go, one of those has already gone mouldy. Your perch and your minnows. Things like grubs, fish bits, flies, worms, they do take damage, but they take it much, much more slowly. So they'll be all right for a while. And actually things like your dough balls and your cheese as well, they're all right. They decay slower. But I mean, this has been sat in my inventory for several weeks, for 2 or 3 weeks. And I don't think anything but the fish have decayed entirely and had to be replaced in that time. But as a moss user, you're shook at this knowledge, Madoon. I know, I was too. We were all moss users because moss was so easy, and it was not evident until I stumbled across that floats page literally this afternoon, where I was like, you fucker. This whole time, all the way up to fishing 70, and I've only just clocked that it actually is one of the things that does make a difference. But anyway, yeah, so twigs, just go with twigs for everything. Save yourself the trouble. One of the reasons to go with twigs for everything as well, or to pick one thing, like one best thing, is because as you gain fishing skill, when you lose items on your rod and your reel or whatever, the higher your fishing skill, the more of those kinds of items you'll just auto-replace from your tackle box, so long as it's in your inventory. So if you lose your float, you should just auto-fill it with another twig. If you lose your bait, I think the bait's probably the first one that you auto-refill as your skill increases. But yeah, it's going to be twigs. It's going to be twigs for me from here on out, and I am pissed because I've been using moss all this time. Any bushes for twigs. Any bushes for twigs. So yeah, that's your best float. Wooden hooks, if they're lemon wood and orange wood, are your best hooks for, I would say, most lake fishing. That's freshwater fishing. Once you're getting into deep sea fishing using a deep rod or a professional rod, then you probably have to go to metal ones. Bone will be fine for both. It's just, you know, if you're looking for a universal hook, bone is probably it. But the benefits of the right wood hooks are good if you're doing a lot of fishing. They show up palpably quicker, and particularly if you are, for example, taking part in fishing competitions at things like impalongs, where time is of the essence, you might be really grateful for that slight edge by having lemon wood and orange wood wooden hooks. So where were we? We're talking about kit. We've talked about reels. We've talked about lines. We've kind of talked about hooks. So far, by the way, my experience is that what the wiki tells you about the depths at which different fish feed and what rods you can catch them with, the reality is actually that fish are far less finicky than the wiki would lead you to believe. And I'm annoyed in a way. I kind of wanted fish to be at least as, if not more, finicky, because that would have made it much, much easier for you to put together the perfect kit for a particular fish. But unfortunately, even if you've got what you think is the best kit for a fish, you've got its favorite bait, you've got, whatever kind of reel will work and hook and float will work best for the depth that it feeds at, you'll still get an awful lot of other fish besides. And in fact, this might be a good time to tell you what I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you one of my one of my spreadsheet snippets. So let's have a look. Right, preliminary data. So you don't need to take in everything on this, I promise. But the bits to note are, a lot of this data is stuff that I pulled off the wiki and used that as my starting base to then go and test. So, for example, where it says, I realise if you're watching this on a mobile or on a tablet, this is probably too small for you to see anyway, but one of the things that we have here is the range of depth at which different fish feed according to the wiki. And it's got quite specific ranges for a lot of fish, like 0 to 40, or 0 to 80, or 10 to 200. Thus far, what I have been doing is I have been testing all different kinds of rods in both sea and lake at increasing depths to see what I can catch at those depths. And so far, what I'm learning is you can catch almost every fish at almost every depth, with a couple of exceptions. So don't fret too much about when the wiki's like, you can only catch them between 80 and 120. That's not true. But they might be easier to catch there. I think you'd have to do a lot of iterations, like a lot of casts, to really see that difference, though. I've been catching pretty much everything at pretty much every depth. No, it will not be on the final test, Moomin. The final test will be how good you can catch fish in a time frame. So that's one of the things that I've learned, is that depths matter less than the wiki would lead you to believe. The second thing I've learned is that time of day matters less than I thought it might based on the wiki. I can catch most things at most times of day, and they might be slightly more common at some than others. But even though that data is there, and you can absolutely go crunching it if you want to, and paying attention to it, for a lot of people, that's that kind of the level of data that they've got on a per fish page on the wiki is overwhelming. And so I'm here to tell you that you can broadly kind of ignore time of day, you can ignore water depth, unless you are hunting a very specific fish. And this may be different when it comes to these special fish with their special fish tiles. I have not yet caught any special fish, but I have identified a couple of fish tiles. I'm still very much learning how that bit works. So definitely don't have data for you on that bit yet. But water depth, time of day, and rod type. So another bit to draw your attention to is this middle section, where you can see a whole load of pink things. This is the different kinds of rod and spear and net and pole. And on the wiki for each fish, it will tell you the kinds of rods you can catch it with. I haven't found a shark spot. I found a sailfin and an octopus spot, but it turns out that spots are also way more abundant than I was led to believe they would be from the wikis. So we're going to go and see what other fish spots we can find later. Whether or not I can actually catch anything on them is another matter, but we'll see. But so this middle section where the wiki will tell you that a certain fish can, for example, I think the wiki says that brook trout can be caught with medium or a deep rod or a spear. Looking at my table, where you can see anything written in pink, that's me going and filling in the gaps, being like, no, you can catch it with that rod. No, you can also catch it with that rod. And again, the answer is that for pretty much everything in freshwater fish, we're excluding the special fish that require the special tiles, and excluding cave fish, which are the 3 at the bottom, because I haven't done rigorous testing on cave fish yet. But basically, of these freshwater fish that aren't special fish tiles, the only one that is really, really finicky is sardines, because sardines can only be caught in a net. And this is one of those things where I'm frustrated that being at exactly the right kind of time of day with my net doesn't net me mostly sardines, because you end up with shitloads of perch and roach even when you're trying to fish for sardines in the best possible, like, circumstances that should suit sardines. But aside from that, because they're net only, almost anything that can be caught with a rod can be caught with most kinds of rods. So again, if one of the barriers to getting into fishing for you is I can't be bothered to put together all those different kinds of reels and kits, and that's going to mean that I can't fish properly, it's not actually going to stop you from fishing up most things. You could get by quite happily in Wurm, I think, with a medium fishing rod for basically everything, plus a professional rod if you want to go on those special fish tiles, and that would cover you. If you're not bothered about the special fish tiles, you could do everything with a medium rod pretty much. Yeah. So the water type, as I said earlier, that is... no, it doesn't count as a sardine, but it can only be caught in a cave. So you can only catch minnows in caves, and that is pretty much what you find when you go... what's that? Sorry, Mina just woke herself up, meowing. Minnows you can only find in caves, so in a way it's easier to go find minnows. In fact, we'll go do it. So the other thing is fishing with a net. When I first started trying to get into fishing, again, I started with a net because everyone was like, that's the way to get the easiest skill at the beginning. And I found it really, really fucking frustrating because what was not clear to me was why, and I think the game still doesn't really tell you, why fishing with a net does not work if you are not on the right tile depth. So if you go off anywhere that's too steep a slope, you're standing in the shallows, you try fishing with a net, it will let you swoop the net around, but you really won't find anything. And the reason is because you're trying to fish in too deep a spot. So the key to net fishing, if you've tried it and been frustrated to find that you're not getting any fish in your net, is you actually want a very gentle slope that you want to be on. So if we go fishing here, this is totally fine. On the very gentle shores outside of Thal Spring with very gentle slopes where I can stand in the shallows, fishing with the net is fine. But if you're, for example, on a waterfront deed where you've gone and extended the land out, and you've probably therefore got something like, you know, a 20 or a 40 slope down into the water, you'll really struggle to do any net fishing on that slope. Doesn't like it at all. Hey, Moofy. How you doing? How are those kittens doing? So, yeah, so there you go. So we're only getting minnows down here. It is the easiest, perhaps the only fish that you can exclusively fish for just by choosing your kit. So, yeah, I wish we could do this for sardines above ground, but we cannot. So replenishing my minnows, much, much easier than replenishing the sardines in my tackle box, basically. And that's basically how that works. I'll show you if I remember on a steeper tile, and you'll see what I mean. I wish the game would prevent you from being able to net fish if you're trying to fish on a slope that's too deep, because instead you just stand there for ages and then there's nothing in your net and you don't know what you're doing wrong. So frustrating. So there you go. That's your minnows. And that minnows are one of the kinds of bait in your tackle box. Fish bits, you get those by filleting the fish that you find. You only get generally like one fish bit per whole fish that you fillet. It might be possible to get a second one. So for example, catfish, you'll get billions of fillets out of one catfish, but only one fish bit. It's the medium-sized fish that you'll get best kind of fish bits to fillets ratio. Oh, you're still seeing my fishing data. No. Okay, yes. Let's go back. Anyway, back we go. I just shot down into the caves to show you, basically. So you wouldn't be able to fish on something this big because it doesn't have any tiles that are wholly underwater. I think it will say they are all too shallow because all of them come above the ground. But let me just do that one again. I know, Madoon, right? Like, there are a lot of things in the game where if you are doing it the wrong way, the game will just say, no, you can't do that. But frustratingly for net fishing, which is the intro to fishing in a way, It doesn't do that, and that caused me a lot of frustration. So I came just down to this bit, which is just deep enough. We've got walls that are floors that are entirely underwater. Floors, yeah, that are entirely underwater. So with a fishing net down here, basically, that's all I was showing you. This is nice and shallow. It's not going to go too deep at any point on any corner of these tiles. So this is a good place to go net fishing. But if you're on a really steep slope above ground, even though you're in the shallows, you're standing in the shallows. If your slope's like, you know, a 30 or a 40 slope or whatever, your net will just produce basically nothing. Very frustrating. Only 2 of the corners on a tile that determines how low the entire... Maybe, Myra. Yeah, maybe. I always wonder when I'm doing like lore, for example, on a tile, what it's counting. Like, is it averaging or is it taking it from particular corners? But you might be right. More digging to do in that case. But yes, so all I was showing you while I was leaving you on my spreadsheet screen is basically minnow is about the only fish that you can, through your equipment, catch exclusively. Everything else, you're going to catch a variety of fish trying to catch whatever it is you're trying to catch. Also, if you don't have your tackle box open, by the way, you can just drop anything on the tackle box and it will auto sort it into the right pockets. Much easier than scrolling up and down and trying to find the right pouch to put it in. You learned that in order to spear fish good in cave water, you need a pond that's at least 3 by 3 to see the fish. Yeah. So when you go fierce fishing, when you go spear fishing in caves, I would say it is actually quite difficult because the visibility is so poor. This will depend somewhat on your settings, but in caves, the water is really, really sort of, until you get past a certain depth, like this surface water stuff, pain in the arse. Probably easier to show you, not in caves, but above on land. But yes, when you are spearfishing, where you need to actually pay attention to where the fish is, whereas when you are rod fishing, you don't. You just need to pay attention to when it bites. But with spearfishing, fish will swim under the terrain that you can see. So you want to be able to see as much of the water around you as possible, which means your best place to be spearfishing is in shallows where you can actually get in the water and not be swimming. Drogos did some science on that back in the days. On what, Myra? On the spearfishing, or on sort of which tile corners count for what? I would be interested to know if anybody's got a definitive answer on that one, because there are a few things like that in Wurm which sort of aren't quite clear. It also affects, for example, when you're planting hedges really quite close to the water, which tiles count as waterlogged and which don't. There's other ways that it shows up. Yeah, they can swim behind you, underneath the concrete, all sorts. Well done, Wurm. But I've got a good spot over here where I can show you spearfishing. Science on the tile levels, okay. We were talking about stuff in your tackle box, weren't we? So we're gonna do a little bit of spearfishing, but other things in your tackle box: corn kernels and wheat grain. You don't need any specific tool. You literally just, from corn or wheat, there's a right-click option, and you can make fishing bait, which makes you your wheat grain and your corn kernels. Grubs, you will need an awl if you don't carry one as standard, which of course I do because I carry everything. Where's my awl? So for grubs, you need to find shriveled trees, and you dig them out with your awl, like, say, that one. Search for grubs, and again, you can do it from horseback or from cart back or whatever you like. So shriveled trees specifically with your awl for grubs, overaged bushes specifically with anything at all for twigs. So that's where you get your grubs. If you want worms, because who doesn't want worms, you have to go dancing for them. And the easiest place to find bare dirt tiles that grass and trees haven't spread to is in the shallows. So you just need to examine a few dirt tiles until you find one where you can search for worms. You'll do a little rain dance, and that's how you find your worms. So actually, worms are one of the easiest bait to find in abundance. You just got to go and find yourself some shallows. You can also get grubs from foraging, yes, but much less reliably. If you are specifically looking for grubs, you want to go digging them out of trees, unless you don't have an awl with you, in which case you could try foraging for them, but it's a little bit hit and miss, and it might take you a while. So that's how you get your worms, by dancing on bare dirt tiles that tell you can. Dough balls, that's the one that requires milling skill, because you've got to go make yourself some dough, and then again you can make fishing bait from it, make a bunch of little dough balls. Your dairy making for your cheese, you drop them because you can't bulk them. Yeah. Again, you just chop it off little bits of cheese. Flies, I'll show you how to do flies in a bit, but for flies you need a jar of honey, which is also a pain in the arse. But we'll go and do that in a little bit once we've done some spearfishing and looked at some other stuff. And is that all of them? All of the other fish you get from actually fishing. One of the things that I was saying on my spreadsheet of data is that bait actually matters less than I thought it would. There are some fish that won't eat, so like you can't fish up roach with roach on your hook. But broadly speaking, like I fish up most things with most bait, and there probably is, they do have a preference if you've got the variety of bait there, but if you haven't, fish with whatever you've got. Maybe check that it's, if you're after a particular fish, just make sure you're not fishing with a bait which it absolutely will not eat, but most of them will eat most kinds of bait. So long spear. Gonna close my windows, my unnecessary windows, and go into third person, because much easier when you're in third person to do spearfishing. And I have. I tried spearfishing after I tried and failed with net fishing originally, and as most people did, probably speared my toes more than anything else. But you activate your spear, right click on a valid tile. It won't let you do it. Will it let me do it on this one? Will it tell me it's too shallow? Yeah, you can't do it on the shallow slopes, although perhaps you can if you're facing the other direction, going by Myra's point. But you want to be ideally in shallows, and you kind of want to be far enough in that you can see a reasonable way around you, if possible, for your best chance of spearing fish, for your best chance of spearing fish. So you right click, fish, and then the nice thing about spearfishing is it is hands down the fastest way to get fish and to skill, unfortunately. I don't know if it's still faster to skill at this level. I'm now up to fishing 70, and oh, I think my worm's just cracked. Uh-oh. I think it has. No! We were doing so well. Be right back. Fishing is faster to get fish than fishing with a rod. Yep. And it crashed fun. I know, it hasn't crashed all afternoon after like 20 crashes this morning. But yeah, so the reason spearfishing is faster than rod fishing is because if you can see it, you can stab it. So spearfishing allows you to spear the fish basically as soon as it appears, whereas rod fishing, because you don't click on where the fish is, you have to wait for the fish to come and bite. And even if you can see the fish, if you try and go early, you'll just scare the fish off. Whereas, can you all see me again now? Good. Whereas with spearfishing, basically as soon as you can see it, you can spear it. Yep, see it, say it, stab it. Exactly. Let's try that again and hope we don't crash again. Fish. Oh, look, roach swimmed off. Do you know what? I have had this before as well, though, where if I crash halfway through spearfishing, I come back in and the fishing action is carrying on, even though it's not in my action queue, somewhat frustratingly. So let's try again. It's not a brilliant time of day for it because I've got water. Because I've got water reflections on, that helps in a way, but it means it's more difficult at some times of the day than others. But with spearfishing, you kind of want to just like keep an eye all around you, because as soon as you can spot it moving towards you, you can go for it. And I found that don't be distracted by these little wibbly ones. Those are just water effects. But because the sun is high in the sky, this is actually a bad time of day for fishing, because there's going to be a lot of glare on the water. There we go. There it is. So speared it from all the way over there. You can spear them from even further away. You just need to spot them slowly making their way towards you, and the way to tell the fish that's coming for you as opposed to the fish that's just a pretty fishy effect in the water is the fish coming towards you will be making a beeline for you, slowly but surely heading directly towards you, whereas these ones, they flit about and they wibble and they wobble. Thanks for the qualifier, Ruffle. But yeah, so not a great time of day, because when I look directly down like this, if I haven't seen the fish coming for a while away, then I need to see it when it crosses my tile. And you can do spearfishing by just looking directly down and waiting for it to come onto your tile, but that is a lot slower, and you will do a lot, you'll fish a lot faster if you're actually trying to catch them when they are a few tiles out from you. But when you are at, what time of day are we on? Somewhere around about the middle of the day. Yeah, we're just coming up for noon. This is the worst time of the day to fish if you have these kinds of reflections on, because as you can see, you can just see fuck all if you look directly down. So what I might do is, when the sun goes down a little bit further in the afternoon, I might come back here and show you the difference with some spearfishing, because actually my skill gains, like if you're trying to skill up fishing fast, spearfishing's the way to go. Now, another thing I can show you while I'm here is that, try not to drown myself doing this, because really I should be coming out in a boat for this, but I mentioned to some of you that I had been doing some experimentation with encouraging saltwater further in to land. So the way that Wurm defines and determines what water type is what is, there's a whole wiki page about this, which again I only discovered a couple of weeks ago, never knew it existed before then. So on a map, everything on the outside, Wurm counts as sea, salt water, effectively. Any inland sea which is not connected to that exterior ocean by a channel of water that is at least 25 dirts deep, that is freshwater instead. So where we've got like man-made canals and things, if those canals are first of all above ground canals, so if there's an above ground canal, for example, connecting this lake out to here, and another above ground canal connecting it to here, if that canal is only deep enough for Nars and sailboats to pass, so like 10 dirts deep, it's not going to affect the water in this lake. This lake will remain freshwater. But if there are canals all the way from the outside to the inside that are 25 dirts deep or deeper, then this lake will become seawater in its entirety, which you don't want. Probably you don't want to be getting rid of all of your freshwater spaces. But tell you what, I'll find you the wiki page for this one as well, because this is a whole bunch of interesting, which I was absorbing and trying to get my head around over the past couple of weeks and doing various experimentation. There you go, the water page on the wiki. So everything on the outside, salt water. Lakes on the inside that aren't connected by a deep channel, freshwater. And then the shallows around the edges, so anything less than 25 dirts deep, the game decides whether that is seawater shallows or freshwater shallows based on whatever the nearest body of water is. Which means on your lake, the shallows around your lake will automatically be freshwater. On your sea, the shallows around your sea will automatically be seawater. But where this gets interesting is where you've got seawater coming some way inland, it can meet freshwater. And that's what happens just behind this little island that I've been working on. So I'm going to go for a little swim, and I'm going to try not to drown. So if you drink water instantly, it will tell you. So it's telling me this is slightly salty, but you can also just taste. So any water tile that you're on, you can just taste it and it will tell you whether it is salty or fresh. So if we taste this one, this is still salty. Over here, still salty. What about here? Suddenly we're in fresh water. So we've got this section of space just behind this island near Thorspring where salt water meets fresh water, and it's because we've got this big body of what Wurm counts as lake over here, and we've got what Wurm counts as sea coming all the way in to about there. It came in as far as sort of like the edge of that land just there, and a couple of weeks ago when I said I was trying to encourage it in further, what I was doing I was seeing how I could make that sea extend to push the saltwater shallows back across this space that I'm now standing on, because what we have here is sort of a freshwater line that cuts about here where all of this is freshwater, but all of this is saltwater shallows. And 2 weeks ago, this was all freshwater up until about here, but I did a little bit of trench digging and pushed the saltwater shallows further effectively. But it means if you're looking for the perfect fishing spot, it is possible to get that kind of fresh and saltwater divide in large bodies of water quite close to one another, where they will meet in the middle of water. Like in the middle of a body of shallow water, the two shallows will meet one another. And the quality of those shallows is determined by whether they're closer to the lake or closer to the sea.
Ooh, what is?
So there you go. So this is all now saltwater, but only up until a point. So salty water here, but if I carry on up this way, if I go far enough, I'll go back to fresh as I approach this sort of shallower canal base over here. I wondered how long it would take you to rediscover that one. See, still salty here. And then as I go across the shallows, we're going to hit a point where we're back to fresh. There we go, back to fresh water there. So half of this nice little shallow walkable bit of canal is saltwater and half of it is... You forgot you have other sounds. So there you go. If you're going on fishing adventures, it is possible to get both together. But if you are very far inland, unless you have a body of water near you which is already classified as sea, it would take a hell of a lot of dredging to bring sea further inland. But of this particular bit of Exodus, so we're in this little lake just down here. Effectively, all of this down here is salt water because this is so open. All of this is sea, and so what we had was actually canals dredged so deep that the salt water had been brought around as far as about here. So all the way around to here, that salt water spreads, and the fresh water from this lake spreads here, and the two meet just south of this island, which is how I've got both there. And there are some fish which on the wiki it says you can catch them in ponds, and Wurm does have particular rules about what it counts as a pond and what it counts as a lake. But basically, if a body of water, not including the shallows, I think, if a body of water is less than, if a body of water is not at least 7 by 7 submerged tiles or more at one point that it's connected to, it's a pond. Which means if you've got a little sort of a 3 by 3 with one drop in the middle, for example, like Moomin was talking about in their cave above ground, that would be classified as a pond. Super easy. But also, even if you've got a larger body of water lengthways, but that isn't that wide at any point, the game will still count it as a pond. So this here, the game would count as a pond. Because even though it's bigger, it's still not quite enough tiles across. So I'm pretty sure the way you tell is with any of your fishing equipment activated. So you can do it with a rod, do it with a spear, do it with anything. If you go and lure a tile, it'll tell you what it classifies it as. There you go. So it believes this area to be a pond, and it will tell you the depth, broadly speaking. A metre in Wurm is equivalent to 10 dirts, so this is about 20-ish dirts deep. Also useful for finding your fish. Incidentally, I was briefly befuddled today when on some of the wiki tables it refers to you being able to catch trout. And I was like, trout isn't in the thing. And then I realised it's referring to brook trout. It's just, it doesn't always call them that everywhere on the wiki. That is the only kind of trout you can catch, though. So here we've got a pond, a freshwater lake, and a saltwater sea, effectively. And the other two types that we've kind of touched on that some of the fish pages refer to are shallows, saltwater shallows and freshwater shallows, which is just space that's less than 25 dirts deep. So those are your different fish biomes, but most fish can be caught in both. There's just a few that are finicky, like snook can only be caught in saltwater, brook trout can only be caught in freshwater, might be a couple of others. But when it comes to, for example, fishing for fishing competitions at things like Impalongs, unless you're really unfortunate and they're asking you to go for one of the fish which can only be caught in one of those two types, or in a cave, for the most part, you can catch most of the fish that they would ask for basically anywhere. So let's go. Tell you what I will do while I'm here. I said I'd show you how to catch flies. So you catch flies with honey. You want honey in a pottery jar, and you just want to go up to any ungroomed animal, effectively. Which means that flies are kind of a pain to catch. Like, in terms of bait, some bait super easy to get in abundant supply. Some things not so much. So there you go. Any ungroomed animal, you just go catch flies with your pottery jar of honey activated. Delicious. On the plus side, it's catching me a few flies. So if you've got a jar of honey, you can fill up your tackle box quite fast, but it's not the kind of thing you're just going to be carrying around with you just in case. I mailed it to myself specially. And you go and you just drop them in your tackle box. Just like that. So there you go, that's how you catch the catch or create the last bit of bait. If it fails before it catches a fly, you can try again, but if they shy away, then the action's completed. It might be a good way to skill animal husbandry at lower levels. It's not proving. I don't think I'm getting any skill ticks for there, but let's have a look. Is it actually? There you go. So it is getting me a little bit of skill, although for me it's not getting me animal husbandry, but maybe at lower levels it's a good way to get a bit of animal husbandry. You drown in flies. I'm really disappointed that the fly doesn't actually have a model, I don't think. Yeah, look, it's a question mark bag. And that makes me sad, because the grub's got a model. Also worth knowing that one of the good things about it is when you're fishing with a fishing net, you have to empty it every time. So if you want to fish for minnows, you probably want several nets that you can line up and do one after the other, because you have to keep taking the fish out, otherwise it just won't let you do it again. But at least with the honey, you can just keep filling the jar. But there you go, he interrupted the action partway through. But he's already well tended, so there you go, that's what Tanteo was saying. You have a rare fly. Oh, you can't even display it in your cabinet of curiosities, because it would just be that great big bag that just says fly. But anyway, yeah, so there we go. That's me replenishing some flies. Alas, it is the sardines which are, as I say, the hardest one to replenish, because you can't just target just sardines. You still get loads of perch and brooch with them, which you can also put in your tackle box. But when you're after specifically sardines, you know, that gets a bit frustrating. Someone cast Circle of Cunning on a jar for you. Oh, interesting. So that increases your skill gains with it. Makes sense. It's the tool that you're using. Yeah, they can get shoved in an FSB. If you're near an FSB, it's not so good when you are out trying to replenish your sardines, because I don't know, because you're hunting something that specifically likes sardines. Is there something that favors sardines specifically? I feel like there probably is. Let's have a look. Not helped by the fact that there's a fish page and a fishing page with different information on the two of them, and the old fishing table isn't actually on either of them. Which one likes sardines best? Blue sharks, apparently. So if we're going to go shark fishing, I'm going to need some more sardines, is what we're saying. Yep. Yep. What time of day are we on? 1 p.m. So it's still a bit early to go spearfishing. But I might be able to show you somewhere around here what I mean about the net fishing. So we've got some nice shallows over there, but how deep is it here? Okay, that's 30 slopes down. Let's see. Okay, so there it will tell me that the water's too shallow to fish. But if I stand in the shallows and try and fish, say there, which is deeper, it will let me throw out my net to fish. Now I might be about to get my little lesson here nixed by Myra's thing. So you go, I am catching some things here. We've got a sardine, speaking of sardines. So out of interest, if I do it from the other side, this might tell us, Myra, which of the corners it counts. Because it seems like it's counting at least one of these two corners rather than one of these two. There was me being like, you just get sardines and roaches and perches and all sorts when all you want is sardines, and all I'm getting is sardines.
Time for science.
It's not just that it's not up to date, it's also that a lot of this, I think, was based on supposition. So I was talking to Willow about fishing a couple of weeks ago, because fishing was one of those lovely deep systems that Titch created, but I understand that Titch passed away before the fishing system was completed. So I think some of it is that actually they were putting together kind of the best that they could based on what they knew about it. But I kind of get the impression that maybe some people, like even on the dev team, aren't entirely sure all of the things that have been built into fishing. So I think some of it is probably based on early testing and just hasn't been updated. And some of it may also have been based on the way that they intended the mechanics to work. But it might be that the implementation of those mechanics is not quite as complete or didn't work in necessarily the same way that they thought it would. So I think fishing in particular is one of those things that's where the wiki information is lacking a lot and hasn't really been kind of thoroughly tested and upgraded. I think a lot of people probably just, aren't testing it that closely, or aren't, even if they learn stuff, aren't necessarily contributing said stuff to the wiki. Let me just try over on this side. See if it makes a difference over there. Northwest corner, you think, Wolfmeyer? Okay. So if it's the northwest corner, then it shouldn't make a difference here. We'd need to be on a tile. We'd need to be on a tile turned that way, wouldn't we? Well, I tell you what, let's test it here. And then we'll go and test on one of the tiles around there where it does get deep quite fast. So here, can't swim and fish. I need to actually be standing on a bit. There we go. Let's try again. See if you'll let me fish on this side with a net. West. I'd have been fishing. I've been fishing off the west side of Brambleheim when I tried net fishing for the first time, I think. See, it's still catching stuff here. We'll take the horse round there in a bit and try there. Wurm also seems to be a little bit funny about... Yeah, Tantail, I mean, certainly things make their way onto Wurmpedia, which are maybe Wurm myth as much as anything, or just sort of what has become commonly accepted wisdom, but isn't necessarily actually backed up in code, because of course we don't actually get to see a lot of the code for Wurm, and actually until we had Wurm Unlimited, nobody got to go code diving to confirm or deny anything. So there's probably a lot less myth on the wiki now than there used to be, but there's still certainly some. I think some of it is also sort of the wiki gets updated when somebody gathers enough data to sort of verify a particular thing, but what you count as enough data probably varies a lot from one person to the next. One of the things, for example, that Bun and I was saying is Bun went and did those 120 maps to determine the range at which you can dig for different levels of map challenge rating. And we didn't put it on the wiki, but we were talking about it on stream, and somebody has gone and put it on the wiki, and that's probably fairly robust knowledge. But Bun only tested it on servers that are 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers, so this size server. And, it's not something that has been tested on whether that still holds true, that range still holds true on the bigger maps. But it's on the wiki anyway. And there might be things like that where somebody's tested it in certain circumstances, found it to be true, put it on the wiki, but they haven't actually tested the full range of other circumstances which may also apply. So some people then go and find the wiki to be wrong for the circumstances in which they're trying something. So there's lots of things that sort of complicate it a little bit that way. Right, northwest. So if we are on one of these tiles and Wurm is determining the depth of water, look at that, nice and deep, based on the northwest corner. Let's go see. So it's going to make me go in the water still and try on this tile. Let's see how we do on this one. I mean, it's also possible that at lower skills, you just are more likely. See, no, I'm even getting them on this one. But I know that when I came to fishing, to the new fishing system for the first time, I was probably on about 20, 25 skill. And the places where I was trying to fish, I was just getting nothing in my net over and over, even though it was doing this animation. And it was driving me nuts because I just didn't know what I was doing wrong. And I found out later that it was to do with the depth of the tile that I was fishing on. I did try on the tile I was standing on, Wolf. Won't let you do it from the surface. You have to actually be doing it on a tile that is completely submerged, not one that is partially submerged. Because that's the first thing I tried. So there you go, that's got me some perch and some roach. But if I back up, if it's taking the depth from the northwest corner of a tile, you would think that it would let me do it here. But it won't. And that brings me to one of those other things which I was just going to mention. So on special fishing tiles, you have to be on the tile which it says is a special fishing tile, rather than casting onto the tile that it says is a special fishing tile, which means either part of the fishing system cares what you're on and part of it cares where you're clicking, or all of it is based on where you are. But that also doesn't make sense because you can fish from a shore. And it's really odd. So like with a fishing rod equipped, I can fish from a flat, entirely no corners submerged tile without issue, as you would expect. So in this instance, it would suggest that it cares not which tile I'm standing on, but which tile I'm casting to. And yet, when it comes to special fishing tiles, it cares which tile you're on, not which tile you're casting to, which makes no sense to me, and I find it very frustrating. Because when I found these special fishing tiles, first thing I did was try to fish directly on them. Then I tried moving my boat a little way away and casting directly onto the buoy that I had planted there to mark the spot where the fish were. Also didn't work. So Myra, when you fished shark, you fished on the tile that said it was special, not standing on it. Okay, see, now that's interesting. We'll try both. Because I was asking yesterday in Global, and the couple of people that got back to me fairly immediately were like, no, you need to be sat on the special tile. Yeah, and it made sense to me. There you go, there's my fish. But I can't click too soon because otherwise, as soon as that bobber goes, that's when you can do it. Whereas if you're spearfishing, as soon as you can see the fish, if you can stab it, it's yours. We'll go and test. We'll go and test both, Myra, because it made more sense to me in a way that you had to be casting where it was, which made those buoys even more useful in a way. Occasionally you see boats moored out on a special fishing spot, but more often you'll see a buoy bobbing around. And the buoy, at least, because distance is really quite hard to work out in Wurm, as in on water in particular. So if I cast around here, it's not, my bobber isn't going on the tile that I'm highlighting, which is somewhat frustrating when you start trying to fish. So if I'm like trying to fish on that tile in particular, I can't actually reach that with this rod, because if I put that out there, what I'm actually doing, which is going to be really hard to show you, I'm actually fishing over this tile here. And that bothered me no end. Because it made it really hard to correctly identify the depth at which you were fishing. It's all very well doing lore on the tile, but actually getting your float in the right place for the tile depth you're after, that's kind of a pain in the arse. But I think there is a radius bun. I think there is. Either earlier I found several octopus spots all clustered together, which is possible, or there is actually a bit of a radius. And in fairness, I think there is anyway, because the wiki says that if you are not on like the perfect tile, I can't remember how it phrases it, but you've got less of a chance to catch it essentially if you're not quite on the right tile. So there is a radius, but I wonder if that radius is in part to try and address this problem, that where you're parked in your boat and where you're throwing your fishing float, not one and the same. I just wish that it was clear somewhere definitively whether you had to be on the tile or your float had to be on the tile. Because I don't know, and I'm going to do some testing. I will try and do some testing on this to see if I can get any kind of sort of clear data, but it would take a lot of iterations, I think, to get that data clearly. But yeah, so if I'm trying for one of these tiles, it also means if you're trying to collect fishing data, which I am, you want to be doing it over a spot where once the slope finishes, it is basically more or less flat. So this is all fairly consistent depth. This is a good place for me to gather fishing data. But if I'm doing it on a slope that just goes down and down and down, it's really, really hard to see, even in third person, actually where your fishing float has landed. Because you think, like, you try and cast all the way out there, but you still can't actually get enough of an angle to see what that corresponds to. That's probably about that tile. And with another character, you can actually go and look, but from your perspective, where you're fishing, it's certainly not the tile out there that I clicked on. Yeah. So it mentions that special areas can overlap. Also, what I've found is I don't know if it's areas overlapping or if sometimes your pendulum just doesn't give you the full information. A little bit like when you do archaeology. Sometimes it tells you everything and sometimes it only tells you some things. I found if I'm on my octopus fishing spot and I keep using my pendulum, sometimes it will tell me it's an octopus spot and sometimes it will just tell me it's a special tile. And I don't know yet if that's because it's also a special tile for other fish, i.e. there are overlaps, or if it's just that your lurker pendulum doesn't always give you the full picture. I'm missing a bait. So what bait did we even have on that? What bait have we run out of? Tell me it wasn't sardines. Tell me I haven't just used all my sardines. Hang on. It'll tell me what I replaced it with. Oh, I haven't actually put bait on it. Okay, that's fine. I thought I'd just run myself out of a new bait type. Okay, we're going to go fishing for octopus in a bit, and octopuses, octopuses like cheese. However, I'm not going to actually be fishing on this rod for them. So for now, let's put something nice and easy to get, like worms, on this one. So once you've put a bait type on there, once you've got a certain amount of fishing skill, I can't remember what the threshold is, it will just auto-replace your bait until you run out of bait, basically. Octopuses. There we go. Oh, we got a rainbow. Now, how's the sun doing? Still pretty high, unfortunately. But yeah, it means if you're trying to fish at a very particular depth, it can be hard to tell if it's based, because if it's based on where your float's cast, you can't see properly. It clearly can't be based on where you're standing, because you can fish from the shore, and yet... I don't know. What I can tell you is that if part of the reason that fish can be caught at more or less any depth, from what I've found so far, is because there's a range on all fish, and even though maybe I'm fishing on a tile which is outside of their range, if there's a tile deep enough within maybe 5 tiles, maybe it still counts them. I don't know. But there's not really a good way for me to test that except in very, very large, flat, consistently deep sort of shallows, which is something I might do. I mean, that's sort of what I'm kind of cultivating in this space over here. Try fish Greg. I will try and fish up Greg. How are we doing in terms of sun? Well, okay, so we're not... No, we are still getting a bit of direct sun glare, but at the very least, it's kind of behind me now. So, tell you what, let's try spearfishing again. Now that it's not quite so bright. The sun's back there, but I should be able to see around me relatively well. So, yeah, with rod fishing, you've got to wait for the fish to come and bounce the little bobber. But with your spearfishing, if you can see it, you can stab it. And therefore, spearfishing is the best way to skill fishing, but you may also get your toes. Now, I would say that if you want to do this for a protracted period of time and you can bear to change your settings for that time, you probably want to turn most of these reflections off, because they do actually make it harder to see rather than easier to see. Particularly all those lovely cloud reflections and things. They're kind of getting in the way of me seeing my fishy, but I like them, so they're staying for now. There it is. So you see it's like moving its way slowly towards me. It's a carp, I think. But for spearfishing, you do actually need to target it, whereas with rod fishing, you just need to click anywhere once your bobber starts bouncing. Spearfishing, you do actually need to target the thing. And if you miss first time, it will just speed up and you can try a few more times. What you don't want to do is just click, 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 click all over the place to try and get it, because your spear takes damage ticks for every stab attempt. So try and refrain from just click, click, clicking as soon as you see one. Is that it over there already? Hang on. Or is that... I can see something over there, but I think that's just tile detail. You want to hear if any of us English-speaking persons would ever say something like this in any situation. Okay, hang on. Let me find this fish, and there we go. Stab it. Got it. When the ties are broken, geography presents itself as that hodgepodge of unrelated fragments too often found. Appears as a veritable rag bag of intellectual odds and ends. I mean, that does sound like sort of quite literary style writing. You don't tend to hear people talk like that, but there are a lot of books that are written like that, in that kind of way. But yeah, not in just general conversation, no. Veritable ragbag, hodgepodge. I mean, hodgepodge is a phrase that we'd use, but yeah, it's kind of sort of overly wordsy and literary in a way that books tend to be, and people just aren't. So yeah, so when I started trying to get back into fishing, I was on about 20, skill 20, I think. I had not done a whole lot of it, but I'd done a little bit of it at some impelongs. And that had got me up to about 40, which is where I was, like early 40s, 2 weeks ago, just before the friend along. And then in the last couple of weeks, where I've been doing some more fishing in earnest, I suppose I could turn my sleep bonus on, but I'll probably forget to turn it back off. Where I've been doing more fishing in earnest over the past couple of weeks, I've zipped up to 70. There it is. Here it comes. And again, as soon as you can see it, you can stab it, but I'm just pausing long enough for you to be able to actually see it. If you're struggling to see them that far away, like I said, you can just look directly down onto your tile and wait for it to cross, because it will cross your tile. But if you can see well enough, you can actually stab them from many, many tiles away. Memers, you see hodgepodge in books when speaking of crafting. Sounds like how people talk where you work. Well, okay, that's a bit of an exception though, Ruffle. Just catching up a little bit on chat. Clear and definitive in Wurm. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, so Wolf, on Xanadu, there's a radius for special tiles. I think the wiki suggests there is a radius on all servers, but it would be interesting to know if that radius differs depending on the server size, much as it would be interesting to know. There's the fish, just there. Much as, there you go, so I missed it, and then I get more chances to try and get it. Missed it, missed it, missed it, and it'll be gone. Like, you can get them as they shoot past, it's just harder once they start to move at speed. But if it swims off, you can just keep going and wait for another thing to come. Yeah, it would be interesting to know if that radius differs based on server size, much as it would be interesting to know about that for things like treasure maps as well. At some point, maybe we'll go testing, or maybe Bum will go testing. I don't really want to go treasure mapping on Xanadu. But Wolf, you do treasure maps on Xanadu, right? So that is something that potentially you might know or have gleaned. There's my fish. Spear a roach. Now, you can't fish or spearfish if you are swimming. You have to be on some kind of solid basis, which means that although you can spearfish for more things than the wiki suggests, because you can spearfish on a slope like this, which goes really quite deep, and get those things quite close by, you can't spearfish, when you're in the water. So things that required much deeper water, unless you're stood, I think, on a very, very, very steep slope edge, you probably couldn't spearfish most of them. But it's one of the things I need to go testing to see just how many things I can spear that I otherwise don't think I should be able to. There it is. So that was speared 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles away from me. And just to, I mean, I've been confidently saying that it's faster to do it this way, and I know it is because I've counted fish, but if we look at the timers for it, so if I start spearfishing, let's hope it's something that I can actually spot before it gets to my tile. We'll look at the difference in terms of how far I fish, how fast I fish, spearfishing as opposed to rod fishing. There it is. Speared the salmon from, what, 2-3 tiles away? So 21, 38, 37. So that was what? Wait. Oh no, it was from this one. Sorry, 29. So that took about 24 seconds from me starting fishing. Every time we say Xanadu, yeah. Yeah, you've not tested for dig range differences. So Wolf, I think the way Bun was testing it was when you get somewhere like a guard tower or something that is a definitive, definitely on this tile, where you can guarantee which tile is ground zero, then testing the range out from that on the different levels of map, I think was how Bun said that he was testing the range on treasure maps. Right, so that was, what did I say? 24 seconds from starting fishing to spearing a fish. Can go faster if you see it from further away, in better light conditions, for example. But we're starting bang on 21:41 for this. And we've got to wait for a fish to appear, wait for it to swim all the way to my float and start bobbing, and then we've got to wait for me to reel it in, and you'll see the difference. So let's have a look. 39:28 to 52. 28 to 52. So I got one fishing tick from the spear, which was 0.067. I will get more fishing ticks for rod fishing, in as much as the longer it takes to reel in, the more fishing ticks you can potentially get while you're doing it. But I did this testing for sort of 4-hour windows of constant either spearfishing or rod fishing. And I looked at both how many fish I caught in that time and how much skill I gained from start to end in that time. And spearfishing came out significantly better on both counts. So that's a pike. Pike can sometimes be a bit of a pain, but it looks like this one's actually being okay and not pulling on the line too much, she says. And then it's, oh no, we're fine. So that one was actually quite fast for rod fishing. Often it goes much slower than that. But, so that was 41, so that took 1 minute and 15 seconds. And it got me 0.026 fishing over 2 ticks, as opposed to 0.026 as opposed to 0.06 from 1 tick in less than half the time from spearfishing. And I'm currently at, what am I at? Fishing 71. So there you go. Even from that one, even with a fast reel in, spearfishing still far better way for me to skill fishing at this level. And it was the better way for me to skill fishing at 50. I didn't start trying and testing it much before then. You could test it at lower levels and maybe it wouldn't be so good. But at this level, basically, if you just want to skill, spearfishing's where it's at. It gets you the most fish and it gets you the most skill. Right. I feel like it might be time to go and hunt some bigger fish and actually get in a boat. So, Wolf, you've always dug by the towers. Yeah. So as Bun says, towers or mission structures or whatever, what Bun learned when he was doing 120 treasure maps in a week or whatever it was, is that at the highest tier of map, you've got 5 tiles grace. Middle tier, you've got 10 tiles grace. And at the lowest tier, you've got 15 tiles grace. So it would be interesting to see if that also holds true on a server of a different size like Xanadu. Because we're assuming, but we haven't actually tested. And Bun's tested it on a small server, and all of our treasure hunting adventures have also been on smaller servers. So So we haven't actually gone treasure hunting and trying to test that on any of the middle or bigger sized ones. Ugh, still in third person. Hate it, hate it. Now I've got plenty of tackle in my tackle box. Incidentally, the material that your tackle box is made from doesn't really matter unless you're going to be putting your tackle box down not in an LMC, in which case it should be gold, but mine is silver because when I get to choose between gold and silver, I choose silver. Gold, the metal properties of gold, it decays, decays something like 60% slower, I think. Don't actually want the saucy sails. Hang on, I want the drunken flues. Let's just grab some extra buoys. This one I've already attached my keep net to. So we'll pop the buoys in there and open keep net. Let's pop the fish in there. I don't actually know how many fish my keep net can hold. Guess we're going to find out. Is it 100? Does anybody know? Is it based on mass? Am I going to put 3 catfish in and then that'll be it? But it's a rare keep net as well. Not that it matters particularly. But there you go. So I've got my little keep net attached to the side of my boat. You can only attach these to sailboats and rowboats. But you can also plant keep nets in the shallows, I think. So if you're fishing on the shore, you can still use them on the shore. You just can't attach them to bigger boats. And what a keep net does is it slows the decay rate of the fish that you're catching. So you just have it open. You open it from in here, clicking on your boat. You just have it open as an extra container, basically, and you drop your fish into that. So let's just resize those. Whoop. Did not mean to do that. Because I don't actually need to see a whole lot of stuff in them. Lock that one, lock that one. This is all lake, and for the special fishing spots, you need to be on salt water. So I'm actually heading out towards the north coast. Because you don't find special fishing spots in fresh water. Thankfully, though, Exodus is really well connected by waterways, so long as you're in one of the shallower draft boats. Wouldn't recommend trying to make your way around here in a caravel, but to be honest, I wouldn't recommend trying to go fishing in a caravel anyway, or a corbeta. But as long as you're in a nar or a sailboat or a rowboat, you should be fine. What I found yesterday is that where the game thinks, where I appear to be in a nar, is not where the game thinks I am in terms of special fishing spots. So aside from the bonus of getting to put a keep net on a sailboat or rowboat, you probably actually don't want to go special fishing in a nar anyway, because Wurm does some funny shit with like where it counts you as in terms of tiles when you're moored. I'll show you what I mean when I get up there, but it feels like the tiles are moving around a little bit, basically. And I'd placed a buoy, and when I moored myself directly over the buoy, I was not on the same tile that the buoy was, which was frustrating. So on a sailboat, at least, there's a smaller range between where the boat is moored and where I am actually. Did you test on Harmony Bun? So you did it, but you disembarked. Yes, Myra, but I did the same. So I'll disembark in the water, find the right tile, plant a buoy in it, but because you can't fish from in the water, I then got back in my boat and went and moored my boat so that I was sat directly over the buoy, which should have, you would think, put me on the same tile as the buoy, but it didn't. I don't quite know why. I don't know exactly what causes that, but it seems to be less of a problem in a sailing boat. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yes.
Thank you for the follow, Frida. So I'll tell you what, as we're going to go hunting special fishies, I'm going to need to change up what's on my rod. So several of the special fish you can use a deep rod for, according to the wiki, but I haven't tested it. but the professional rod is specifically for special fish. So I think all of them can be caught with a professional rod. Jury's out on whether all of them can be caught with a deep rod. But I've got a professional rod, so we might as well use it. So I'm going to swap out the light reel. Whoops. Swap out the light reel for a professional reel. That one's already got a line on it, so let's have that. Because it changes the name of your fishing rod, by the way, just in case this throws anybody, when you take a reel off it, the fishing rod name changes and therefore it bumps it back down to the bottom of your inventory. So as soon as I took the reel out of my rod moved. It's just down here. And now it's back to being a kitted out rod again. So it's got the reel, which goes with a braided fishing line. It's already got a twig in, which, as we know, is the best float of all floats. It's got a metal fishing hook, which, whilst it doesn't make the fish come faster, should be stronger against larger fish. And there is a bit of cheese on there, which is fine, because we're going to go for octopus first, or attempt to. And octopus like cheese best of all things, apparently. Though having said that, tell you what, let's have a look. What time of day are we on now? So, just gone 5:30, which puts us in the evening, according to Wurm, because the evening is 4:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. And I think evening is a good time for octopus, or is it bad? Oh no, evening's the worst time for octopus. But it's the best time for sailfish. Sailfin fish. The bloody fish, the old fish table says sailfish for sailfin fish. So actually, maybe we should go and try and do the sailfin first. Tell you what, rather than trying to interpret the wiki pages, I'm just going to look at that beautiful spreadsheet that I made for myself. So much easier. Fishies. I think we said that the sailfins, oh my god, whatever they were. No, it is a sailfish. I think we said that the sailfish like sardines, unfortunately. Oh no, grub. They like grubs best. So a sailfish's favourite bait is grub. And its favourite times of day are morning and evening. We are smack dab in the middle of evening. I went out with some boys earlier to try and identify a couple more fishing spots. And I was finding so many of them, so many places, that I was like, you know what, I'm not going to try and mark them all. So I just marked the octopus and one of the sailfish spots. But I found at least one or two others really quite close by. So I think I think that the special fishing tiles are more abundant than the wiki would lead us to believe. Like, in terms of the total tiles in all of Wurm, they are objectively rare. But once you're actually out in open sea, they seem to be 10 a penny. They're just bloody everywhere. Okay, so we don't want cheese. We actually want grubs. Let's pop the cheese back. Grub. Haven't got that many grub. Maybe I should have gone digging more out of trees before we left. But at least we know how to get them if we need to. So, professional rod loaded with a sailfish's favourite bait. And now we are out of the cavern. We are now onto sea tiles. So if I just slow us down, you do a taste test. There you go, the water's salty. And my first sailfish spot is just the other side of this bridge. There are more really quite close by it, like sort of 20, 30 tiles away. I found another perfect spot. So there we go, that's the one I found earlier. I activate the reel. Let's close that one off. Now I'm still in sort of two minds about these tiles. So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go check this same spot. The way you check is, yeah, you went with a NAR because you wanted to bring an LMC and FSB. Yeah, I know. And that's why I went with a NAR as well, because I wanted crates to put those bloody catfish in, because they are huge. So this is where I planted this buoy earlier, where it told me was a sailfish spot. So you want a pendulum that's been enchanted with Lurker in the Deep. This is my fish finder pendulum. I don't know if anybody's noticed, but my fishing rod is called Crim's Flounder Pounder, which is not how you catch fish at all, but that seemed pretty accurate for my fishing attempts up to this point. My long spear is my pike spike, even though you can't actually spike pike. It's one of the only ones you can't with a spear so far, but we'll see. But yes, so we're using my Lurker in the Deep pendulum, my fish finder. And if I use that, see, so it's telling me I'm practically standing on a fishing spot, but it's not saying what. But if I use it a few more times, this is what I was saying about it being a little bit like archaeology, where sometimes it gives you just this much information, and sometimes it will give you more. So if I use it a few times, we should, I hope, get one that tells us we're on a sailfish spot. But it ain't yet. There we go. So now it's telling me I'm standing on a sailfish fishing spot. And this is what threw me yesterday, because I only clocked this today, that it doesn't always tell you the same stuff. So yesterday on my octopus fishing spot, I felt like the spot kept moving. But actually, it's because there were 2 or 3 spots that were all practically on a fishing spot. And I think all of them are octopus, qualify as octopus spots. It's just that the pendulum wasn't consistently telling me every time on those spots that they were the octopus spots. It can also be quite difficult, even in sort of, I'm third person with my head in a barrel right here. But like even in third person, like zoomed right down, it's pretty clear here that I'm over this tile, but sometimes the tile that it looks like you're over actually isn't. So one of the things that you can do, assuming it's not very, very, very deep, is find a large fish to drop on it. So you could drop several to make a pile. You want at least 2 different kinds of fish if you're trying to make them make a pile, I think. If I drop a salmon, can I then, so I can see the salmon and I can see which tile it's on. So that's how I know which tile I am currently over. Which can be helpful when you're trying to sort of nail down, like, are you over the tile that you think you're over? But let's hop back in this, slow it right down, and what I'm going to try and do is just back up and moor myself directly over my boy. Now, I may have gone a little bit far, but let's just double check that it thinks I'm on the right tile. So yes, I'm practically standing on it. So first of all, I'm going to try fishing on the tile, which is what people have told me, where people have told me I need to be sat to fish from. There we go. So it's saying I'm on a sailfish fishing spot. You hear your boy all the time. Yes, boy, fishing boy. In fact, my gnar, not my pun, because I'm not a fan of puns, but my gnar is called the Beamish Boy, named by somebody else that, and it's Boy, Buoy, which was a sort of a Bandersnatch pun. So we're going to try fishing whilst we're sat on the right spot, in which case, does it matter where I put my float? I don't know, but I'll put it, because I'm on a professional rod, there's a minimum distance that I can put it, which feels several tiles out, but we're going to try from this one for a while, and then we're going to try it Myra's way, in what I thought was the more obvious way, by parking the boat a bit further away, and trying to fish, throwing my hook to where this boy is, to the right tile. Like key or quiche. Yeah. I don't know how is boy pronounced differently elsewhere. I don't know how else you would pronounce it, because I don't think I've heard it pronounced any other way, but wouldn't surprise me if it's different in different places. But yes, that is the English language for you. Lots of things that sound alike. You always pronounce it boy. Buoy. But my experience is even when you're on a special fishing spot and the stars are aligned, we're at the best time of day, using the best rod and the best bait for a sailfish, we could be fishing a long time without finding a sailfish. So I just want to prepare you for that before we get too excited. Right, what is catching? A herring. This is what I found earlier. On the octopus fishing spot, with all the right stuff, I fish up a lot of herring and a lot of catfish. So we might be here a while. We'll do a little bit of science. Mock shock. Americans call it buoy. Do they? Buoy. You see, I've watched some NCIS, but it was a while ago in fairness, so I don't think I clocked it. Now, it's kind of tempting to relog Crim and actually turn my water reflections off and my highly transparent water on, because we would see a lot more if I did. But the world looks a lot less lovely when you turn those settings off, which is why I'm always reluctant to do it. I'm going to make these a bit smaller though, because I don't actually like the amount of space they're taking. And you know, if we get a sailfin swim up, we better see it. It's going to be disappointing if we don't. But with all of those like clouds moving over the top, visibility is pretty poor out here. Carmel mobile buoy. What? Smallmouth bass. Yay! Not a sailfish. Yeah, look, we can barely see it. Maybe. I mean, on the other hand, the sun's going down. Maybe it will be better once the sun's gone down and we're into a night sky. We'll see. We'll see. Once the sun goes down, if it's still really tricky to see, maybe I will relog quickly and turn my reflections off. But what's going to annoy me, right, is because I don't have that many grubs, they're all going to get eaten by herring. They're going to eat all my grubs, and then I'm not going to have any grubs left for sailfish. Let's call the boy David Bowie, and then we can argue on how to pronounce that. yeah, that one is, like, you hear Bowie and Bowie. Oh, but look, a different kind of purpling because we've got the holy crop cast up. So lovely. Yeah, fishies. Smallmouth bass. Still not a sailfish. Spectacles sounds kind of old-fashioned to me. Sort of something that you are more likely to hear, I think, from certain generations, maybe. Interestingly, I can see the reflection of the sun over the horizon, even though the sun's already gone. Clearly, my reflections are not quite as well aligned as they could be. You know, I think those clouds are going to give us trouble, though, even at night time. I think maybe I might have to give up the ghost and just turn those water reflections off. I think that's one that I have to do a relog for. I don't think that's one that I can change in the game, but I will try first just in case. But I'm fairly sure that requires a relog. Yeah, and you can sort of, you see the rays even behind the mountains. When it passes behind the mountains, you still see it going down. You'll still see sort of like the rays as it goes down behind the mountain, even though you can't see it in the sky. But I suggest that if fishing, if deep water fishing is something that you're going to get into, and you're going to try, fuck off, it's a snook, and you're going to try doing special spot fishing, you probably want to bring something else to do while you're doing it. How many grubs have I lost already? I've got 10 grubs left. Right, last one trying like this, and then I will turn them off. Because we are now at least getting night sky, but those clouds, I mean, they're still... Okay, you know what? I'm pretty sure this isn't something that I can change in, but the things that you would want to turn off to get clearer view is you want water reflections disabled, and you want highly transparent water on. But if I save that, it doesn't actually change it while you're in game, so that's something I'm going to quickly log Crim off, change the settings on the load up, and then log back in, because those are settings which won't take if you try and change them in game. So I'll be right back. Well, funnily enough, Tantail, I was like, well, if I'm sat there for ages, I've brought some wool to wind. I was like, I could wind some wool while I'm here, but I mean, I'm probably not going to, but I could if I wanted to. Right, so let's just do that again. So water reflections disabled and highly transparent water on. We save that and come back in. The sewing's actually going okay. You know what? I'm being patient and it's going nicely, but slowly. Nicely, but slowly. So, oh God, look at the difference though. I'm not sure. Hang on. I'm not sure in this instance that that actually has helped me, you know. It would definitely help me during the daytime. But let's see, shall we? So if we go fish, are we going to be able to see more clearly or less clearly with it being so dark? No, that's the wrong setting. You can't see shit. Well, in fairness, I'm over sand, so it's all a consistent colour. The question will be, like, when a fish actually swims up to it, can we see the fish any better? And I have to say, I'm not convinced that we will be able to, although, yeah, I'm not convinced that we will be able to. I think probably in daylight. Oh no, there we go. Much clearer. Look at that. I mean, it's not a sailfish, it's a herring, but it's just, it doesn't look clearer because this is all sand and consistent colour. There's no reflections, so there's no kind of like variation. It just looks like I'm over the black until you actually see a fish move across it. A red herring. You think you prefer the normal settings, Moira? They're certainly nicer to look at. Like, I only really use these settings when I am in scavenger mode, for example, diving for drake, or if I'm, for example, if there's like a traitor mission, or something like that, or a mission that wants you to go, I don't know, hunting sea creatures, which I very rarely do anyway. If they're traitors, they're quite big and easy to spot on the surface of the water, but if it's asking you to hunt anything that's below the water, they can be quite hard to see with the reflections on. Much easier to see without them, and with highly transparent water on. So there are times when it is useful. But I have to say, aesthetically, not my jam. Right, where are you, fishy? Theoretically, we should be able to see it coming from quite a way away as well if I look in the right direction. But clearly I'm not thus far. Oh. Snuck under the boat. It's a snook. So Moira, when you went shark fishing, How long did it take you to actually get a shark biting? Yesterday, when I was out fishing, before I found the octopus spot, I accidentally hooked an octopus in what I thought was just like a normal fishing spot. Like I hadn't identified it as a special fishing spot, and yet since I found the special octopus spot, took you some hours. Yeah, okay. Having found the special octopus spot, I have not hooked a single one, and the one that I hooked accidentally on a not special spot, immediately broke my line. So, so I'm not holding out a great deal of hope. So Myra, I feel like you were setting me up when you were like, "Hey, go shark fishing on stream." Were you trying to set me up for 2 hours of disappointment? Is that what this boils down to? Okay, so you had several biting before you actually managed to reel one in. Are there any? So the trees over there, we're going to have to go and get some more grubs out of trees for this, evidently. Although I think we might now be past the optimum sailfish time. Nah, not quite. So it's 8:20. It's 2 hours of disappointment for you, yes, Madoon. Another herring. It's 8:20. The optimum fishing time for sailfish is through to 10:30 p.m. So we've got a little while longer. But on the plus side, when it stops being the perfect time to catch sailfish, I think it starts being the perfect time to catch octopus. So maybe we'll change spots, and on the octopus spot, we'll try doing it Myra's way, and instead of parking on the tile, maybe we try fishing on the tile. Let's have a look. Octopus, yes. Octopus like being fished up at night. That is the best time for octopus. So when we run out of time on this one, and I will kind of keep an eye on the time, we'll move to the octopus spot, which is literally just over there. You got an adrenaline rush shark fishing. So, because presumably you also actually see them swim up, right? In the same way that you see all of these fish swim up, but they're small. I imagine when you're fishing on the special fishing spots and one of the big ones comes, they are actually also quite big. A snook! yeah, that's my concern. Like, I think if a sailfish comes up and bites, I hope we won't be able to miss it, because it's not going to be like one of these little piddly ones. But yeah, I sort of, when I came here and I found this spot earlier, I sailed maybe 20 tiles that way and I found another perfect spot for sailfish. So I think there's probably several sailfish spots around here. Like I said, they seem to be abundant. I didn't have to go very far at all before I started finding more with my lurker pendulum. Finding more kind of tells for spots. So let's just, why didn't you save that size? Open keep net. Look, and they're all gigantic again. Let's pop these back. Let's just stick you up there. You there. And I'm accruing fish in my inventory, so let's just chuck them in there and test just how much my fish keep net can do. Oh, I did catch the snook in the end. I thought it was gonna run rings around me. Ah. Fish, fish, fish. Come on, sailfin. Come and impress us. So have you caught... Is shark the only thing that you've gone fishing for on special tiles? Have you caught any of the others? I mean, this gear is not, like, my fishing rod's at 90, my reel's only at 70. We've got an 80, thanks to Myra, quality 80 braided fishing line. I could upgrade the metal hook. Maybe I should get, like, have I got a slightly better hook somewhere in here? My assumption is that the higher quality stuff is just going to have slightly less chance of breaking in one go, because the big fish, they pull hard, they do a lot of damage. What am I looking for? Hooks. Have I got... There we go. You can see that one coming swimming up. Tis a catfish. Da-da-da. Hooked a catfish. Unfortunately, at the point that they bite, you've already lost your bait. So it's not even like I can ignore the ones that are swimming up in order to hang on to my grubs. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome for the cake. Right, fishing hooks. What are we looking for? Yeah, I haven't actually got anything above a 70, I don't think. So I've got higher quality bone ones. Maybe I should try one of the bone ones. Let's pop that back in there. Stick one of those on and just put the grub on the hook that we were using. But so far, no sail fins. No sail fins. Maybe I should wind my wool. I don't want to look away and miss it if it actually swims up, though. I'm probably not going to catch it if it does. I mean, let's be honest, it's probably going to break my line and swim off with it. Maybe with one of my reels. Maybe not. But... Right, drink number 1 finished. Drink number 2. Tap, 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 tap. I suppose with water this clear, theoretically you should be able to see the fish as far away as you can spearfishing. Because certainly when you go... And yet... Oh, fuck! That was a sailfish! I did not see that swim up. Clearly that was not as big as a shark's going to be. Can we see it? Look, it's tiny! It's tiny, Myra! It's so small! It's like a little baby! Wait. Well, we've caught it. So, that was less exciting than I expected it to be, but I tell you what, if you've never seen a sailfish, look, way bigger in my hand. If I put it in the other hand, you should see it maybe the right way up, but like, I mean, sailfish not small. No, the graphic settings shouldn't mess it up, because I haven't done anything to the size of like creatures or render distances or anything like that. I think that maybe the sharks are just bigger models than the sailfish. But like, it's so big in hand, I sort of expected it, and this is the only way I've ever seen them, I expected it to be that big, like, in the water. May also have been quite deep in the water. Also, for anybody who hasn't done fishing before, so when you catch fish and it tells you what's biting, if it just says you hooked a sailfish, for example, or whatever kind of fish, that means it's falling somewhere within the quality 16 to 64 quality. But there are categories above that for higher quality fish, which are bigger. And I think the models tend to also be bigger too. So you can get sort of like huge and impressive and stupendous and like all the way up to 100 quality. And I think that might affect it too. But I mean, also, I suppose depending on how deep down this was, it would have looked smaller, but it definitely, like, I definitely did not see something this size just go swimming under my boat. However, there you go. We've caught a special fish. I mean, if you look at it on my character model, it is taller than me. Why does it not look that big in the water? That's what I want to know. How much does it weigh? This one is going to be something between... so what quality is it? There you go. So it's quality 16. It is only just not a small sailfish. I'll tell you what, while we're looking at that, let's just try fishing again. You never know. So this weighs just over a kilo. Tell you what though, that is useful data for me, because one of the other things I've been collecting on my data sheet is how the quality corresponds to the weight. So that is quite a small sailfish. But let me just calculate that. So it's 1.63 kilos. Oh, in fact, I didn't even need a calculator, did I? That was quite straightforward. So it's gonna weigh 100 grams, 0.1, 100 grams per quality. So it is a babby. Whereas things like marlin, they're 2 kilos per quality. So, you know, so a quality like 20 marlin is a 40 kilo fish. And I imagine those do look a hell of a lot bigger under the boat. What have we got? Snook. And sharks, for example, which is what Myra was fishing, those are also 2 kilos per quality. So I think actually that might be the difference. Like a sailfish is one of the smallest special fish. Like salmon are bigger. What about octopus? Octopus are also quite small. How are we doing for time? We got a little bit more time with sailfish. I tell you what, rather than carry on with sailfish, because I don't think they're going to get much bigger even if we hook another one. As in, I don't think they're going to get much bigger in the water. If I raise the anchor on this, it's not quite octopus fishing time yet, but what we could do is we could go seeing if we can find any other fishing spots. And let's just put those in there before I forget. So let's get the pendulum out. Now the downside of your highly transparent water and things is it's also much harder to see kind of the rate of movement because you don't have, you know, when you haven't got the reflections to go on, it's sort of not quite so easy. But I don't want to be going 10 kilometers an hour is probably all right. We'll use it at sort of 12 kilometers an hour and see what we find. Fishing spot behind me to the right, that's probably the one we've just left. You want to get a huge fish for the journal, yeah. So it needs to be shark or marlin, basically, for those. It's the only way you get one big enough. Ahead of me to the left and very close. So is this going to be the other sailfin spot that I found earlier? Heading to the left. Practically standing. Oh, whoa. I just stopped. I meant to disembark. That was a white shark fishing spot. That's what Myra was talking about. So, let's go and find where it was. So we're going to go out and swim for this. And I also need to take a buoy with me so that I can plant one when I find it. I'm also going to take a salmon because you can plant a buoy pretty much anywhere, but it's frustrating if you accidentally find yourself planting it. If I drop a salmon, my assumption is that I'm dropping it more or less where I am on a tile. So I'm using that as a way to see how squarely over a tile I am. So if I just go this way a little bit and drop it again, there you go. I'm now more or less on the middle of this tile. It's your boy. I can't believe you're punning at me. How dare you? So we're going to find that white shark fishing spot. Using young men as bait for sharks doesn't seem very nice. Oh, but they're so abundant, Madhu. Fishing spot is in front of me, a stone's throw away. So let's just go a little way. Drop a salmon again to see where we are. See, now I'm just over the edge of that tile. Makes you want to go a little bit further forward. Yeah. Right. More or less in the middle of another tile. Let's try this one. You blame bun. Yeah, the trouble is you've now been so exposed to bun for so long. There it is. There's the white shark fishing spot. So, name the boy, plant the boy. You try going into first person mode to see how that works using the pendulum. Hang on. Right. So first person mode, much the same. Like if I drop the salmon, it's sort of the tile I'm in front of. But the trouble is, with deeper tiles and with slanty tiles as well, sometimes it can be quite hard to tell. Like, I'd say I'm still over this one here, but it's dropping the salmon on the border, so the game might actually count me on either of these tiles where I currently am. So that's why I use the salmon drop technique, to make sure that when I'm doing the pendulum, I am squarely over a tile, not on a tile border. So I'm definitely putting my boy in the right place. See, my boy is just over there. So it should be this tile, but we'll just check it again. I'm now bobbing in and out of said boy, which in fairness is where we want to be. So you just have to put up with the boy bob. This is why I end up going out in third person. Head in a boy. Crocheting and listening and hearing. So you've been exposed to Bun. Bun summons fishing spots. See? So once again, it's not telling me that it's a shark spot. It's just giving me some of the information and not all of it. But if we do it a few more times, it should once again tell me that it's a shark spot. But what I found with the octopus was there were several tiles nearby that also told me I was practically standing on a fishing spot. And I might just swim around a couple of adjacent tiles and see if it's also true of this one. I see several pendulum uses, and it's still not actually giving me shark, but it will on one of them. And I mean, maybe the accuracy is related to this skill, to your soul depth. There we go. It gave me white shark there. So if I just try some adjacent tiles, drop my salmon. Let's just try on some adjacent tiles and see if it also tells me this is a shark fishing spot, or if it tells me there's one nearby. See? It's saying this is also a white shark fishing spot, directly next to that one. And I don't know if that's because there's just several spots that are overlapping, or if this is the radius that it's talking about. But apparently there's one here too. What about if I try one back? A bit further back than that. There we go. Let's just queue up a few uses just in case. Practically standing on a fishing spot. I mean, there you go, white shark fishing spot. So all three of these, like this little cluster, these are all fishing spots, all white shark fishing spots. Now, I moored this, but let's just have a look what the best time is to fish for white shark. Not night time. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to double back, because we're currently in octopus fishing time. So we're going to go and try and fish for some octopus. Then when the night ends and we are out of octopus fishing time, we will be in the morning, which is the best shark fishing time. And we will come back and see if we can get a great big shark to come and swim up under my boat. No, I don't think I'm going to catch one. But maybe we can get one to come and take a bite, and we can see what Myra was talking about and just see how big they were. For now, though, Bun's puns bring all the boys to the spots. Maybe I need to rename my bun book, because my bun book is Bun's Puns for Frolics and Fun. Right, we're going to go find my octo spot. I'm going to change my grub out for cheese, because the octopus loves the cheese. So says the wiki. Just need to keep an eye out for the boy that I've parked. Whoa, right there. Beep. Reverse. Reverse. Beep. Here we go. Back up. Back up. Right. Moored with literally with the buoy between my legs. Now, what was I doing? I was putting cheese on my hook. So we are now at the best octopus fishing time with the best octopus fishing kit. Being on the fishing spot worked for us last time, so let's try that again. Would help if I had my rod activated. Fish. And again, because it's a professional fishing rod, it has got a minimum distance, but that's all right. More buoys between the legs. That sounds wrong. I can't believe you made me say it. Thanks, bud.
Oh my. That makes me all quivery.
Thank you, Ruffle. That's just what I needed. Okay. So the octopus is about the same size per quality as the sailfish. So I'm expecting, if we manage to hook an octopus, I'm expecting it to also be quite small and hard to spot, unless we are lucky and we happen to get a large one come and nibble. But we'll keep an eye out just the same. This is shallower water at least, which is making it slightly easier to see. Did I do lore on the tile that we were on previously? I can't remember if I did. I feel like it was about 170 down or something. This is only 90. And the wiki says that octopus swim at a depth of 200 to 800, which is clearly a fib because this is about 90 down, and this is an octopus fishing spot. And in fact, there are several octopus fishing spots in a little cluster here. A catfish. If anybody, by the way, wants to come and fish these fishing spots, if you haven't got any near you, you'll probably have sailed past some on your servers, because I sail past them all the time. But if you haven't, we are over here in this northern bay on Exodus. So currently the octopus fishing spot that I'm at is just here in this little side bay, other side of the bridge. The bridge that we've just crossed under runs from here to here. And my sailfish spot and my white shark spot are just one map tile over here. So they're all really in a very close cluster, not far away from the land at all. You don't have to go out into the deep sea. Now, in fairness, one of the reasons that the sailfish will have been as small as it is because this water is shallower. So when you're going for your journal goal to catch a 75 kilo fish, you want to be out on the borders of the map for those, because the deeper the water is, the heavier the fish you can catch in it. So even though technically speaking I can catch octopus here, I would have a better chance of catching bigger, heavier octopuses if I were out on the edges of the map where the water is deepest, and that will be true of shark as well. So even though we can go shark fishing on that spot back there, which is maybe 200 deep, we would not be getting shark as big there, probably, as we would be getting out in like 1,000 dirt deep waters. So that is something to bear in mind if you're just there trying to get the fish. It is the size that matters if you're trying to get the journal goal though, but but that would probably also affect how big of a fish we're seeing under the boat, maybe, assuming that they do also scale in that way. So if you're after that kind of gigantic thing. On the plus side, given that sharks and marlin are both 2 kilos per quality, that means in order to catch a fish that weighs 75 kilos or above, which is what is required for that journal, you've only got to be catching the normal quality in either of those, which is good because they're going to be hard enough to catch to begin with without sitting there waiting for the dice to roll for you to manage to catch an impressive one or a huge one or a stupendous one. But you don't need to. That was my snook. So for a 75 kilo fish, you only need to be getting something which is 38 quality or above. Basically, that's your target, and that's well within normal size and quality parameters for fish. So it is currently 11:30. We are 1 hour into night, according to Wurm. And octopuses like night. They also... That was a salmon. Octopuses like nighttime. They also like the afternoon. So basically, anytime it's between 10:30 and 4:30, whether that's afternoon or nighttime, is good for octopuses. They are apparently less keen on morning and evening. Whereas the white shark is the opposite. That likes morning and evenings best. So when we're finished here with nighttime octopus fishing, we'll go for morning shark fishing. Come on, little salmon. Come, come, come. The wiki also suggests that if you turn away like this, you see your line goes taut. This is one of those things that we think is probably myth, but it's on the wiki, and like it would be very difficult to actually test this definitively. But so the wiki suggests that by turning away and therefore pulling your line taut, your fish is less likely to jump the line. But if that was a mechanical effect in game, I would expect it to have some corresponding event text, you know, but it doesn't. So you can just sit there not moving and let Wurm do its thing. And I think that actually turning around and that kind of pulling the line taut, I think that's just a graphical thing. You can see the sort of like the line moves a little bit, and if you turn away from it, it gets a little bit tighter, but there's not much in it. Right. An impressive herring. Always the bloody herring. You just started building a gnar. How fast do you build gnars these days, Myra? Bet you can't. I'd be impressed if you could build a gnar before the stream ends. Right, I'm going to put this out, and I'm going to just dash and close my patio door, which is 3 feet away from me. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. You help? Oh, that's cheating. You've got help. All right, there you go. Timer starts. Can you build a gnar before I finish the stream? Gonna be right back. That would have been a really shitty time for an octopus to come and bite whilst I was stepped away, wouldn't it? That would have been sod's law. Right, so Myra and Ruffle building a gnar. How many items is a gnar? Asking for a friend? Like, have you already got all of the materials? I assume you're not also making the materials as you go. You had me fooled, Ruffle. Good luck. Wow. So that's 8, 900, 12. Is that a perch? 1200. It's about 1300, 1488. It would have to be a bloody long stream, wouldn't it? Oh no, it was a snook. It would have to be a bloody long stream, wouldn't it? Maybe I can get a shiny one. Maybe, wait. Wow, yeah, that's a lot. It would be nice if I could get a shiny fish. I mean, obviously my goal is to get a rare plus of every kind of fish in the game. I would love a sailfin and a shark and things to display, but I suspect they would not fit on my LMC. I think that's the problem I'm going to have if I ever actually manage to fish up a rare shark or a rare marlin. it's going to be too big to balance on any of the things that could preserve it, and that's going to break my heart. But there might be a sneaky way around it, because when you start filleting a fish, its model doesn't change. And it stops becoming BSBable, weirdly. When you've part filleted a catfish, it doesn't like putting it in a BSB anymore, but it still looks like a catfish. So if I ever get... In fact, I tell you what, I could try this with a normal shark or marlin, never mind a rare one. But what I could try doing is filleting it down to a much, much lighter weight, and then see if it will let me put it on an LMC. It depends if it's entirely down to weight or if it's also down to size. So that was my snook. Go again. Oh. She did it in an afternoon with just... Okay, but Myra's toons. How many toons are we talking, Bun? And how long an afternoon? Because I've got maybe an hour or two left to stream. Even with Ruffle and Myra going at it full pelt with all the materials already created. 2 hours feels like a stretch. So why are you both building a Gnar? What's this in aid of? Just out of interest? Are you skilling shipbuilding? Or are you building it for a particular purpose? Come on, fishies. A herring. Bloody herrings. Oh, for Cloudy. Okay. Does Cloudy not have a Gnar? Go again. See, it is undoubtedly easier to see them without the reflections. I turned both reflections and highly transparent water off, and I'm wondering if I should try tweaking, turning one and not both of them off, if maybe the water would look better, but still fish would be visible. I mean, that's true. You can never have too many. That's true. Here, little octopus. Come be my friend. Marks, don't throw your bowl off the side. Here, little friend. Where are you? No, not an octopus. Tiny little catfish, all the way down there. She doesn't have a blueberry one, I see. Right, I'm gonna dice with destiny again and go and feed this cat. All good. Oh, I could do my wool winding.
Meh. Brr.
I still haven't built my knit lingonberry Gnar yet, so that's going to be the first Gnar that I build for myself. Oh, it's a catfish. See, that was quite big. Get off. Now they're all hungry. Tell you what, let's open up the keep net and just chuck some of these in. Come on, octopus, you can do it. You can do it. I mean, this seems way too shallow for like special fishing tiles, right? It's like, it's 90 deep. We're really close to a coastline. Apparently the game doesn't care. you have no need for another. I mean, that was terrible, Tante. Genuinely awful. No. No, 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 no. Oh, it's another bloody catfish. Look, there it goes. Seeing that it's a catfish, though, I can pull my thing in and go again. Trouble is, I don't get fishing skill doing it that way. But I mean, you can if you're trying to conserve bait. If you've got highly transparent water on so you can see around, you can sort of pre-spot. And as long as you are pretty confident at identifying what is swimming towards you, you can, before they even nibble and get to chomp your bait, pull your line back out to save your bait. But unless, there you go, it's another bloody catfish. But unless you're in dire circumstances, unless you're really running out of bait, you might as well catch them and get the skill. And I mean, I suppose I might as well, since we're in a skill bonus weekend, I ought to just turn my sleep bonus on. You're back in the country tomorrow, the French don't want you anymore. Have you had a good time other than being bitten to buggery, Tantail? I've got wound around my own mic, sorry. Yeah, other than all the bitey flappers, have you been having a good time? Hello, Mina. You want a snug? No, you want food. That's unfortunate. Ooh, I've got polos. Spearmint polos, no less. Only because you can't get the citrus ones anymore. No. What's it gonna be this time? Oh no. Another heat wave. Ugh. We hates it. We hates it, precious. Can't see whatever's sailing, swimming up to me. So it must be pretty bloody small, whatever it is. With spearfishing, where I said earlier, with spearfishing they'll make a beeline for your tile. Oh look, it's tiny. It's a herring. With spearfishing, where I said they'll make a beeline for your tile, so you can look down at the tile that you're on because they will cross your tile. Same is not true with rod fishing. More often than not, they do go past the tile that the float is on. But sometimes they'll go past that tile, and then when there's some way behind you, then it will hook even though your float's over here, which is a little bit weird. So sometimes you won't see a fish anywhere near your hook, but it'll still start bobbing. But the same is thankfully not true with spearfishing, because then you do actually need to get where the fish is. Good night, Moomin. You want spearmint polos, but Tesco's don't have them. Sainsbury's do. I ordered mine because I try and avoid stepping into a supermarket if I can possibly help it. I got mine with my online groceries, but presumably you can also get them actually in stores. Just don't know if you can get them in all stores. But I didn't check any others. There may be other ones that you can get them as well. It just happened to be putting in the Sainsbury's order at the time. What you doing, you flues? Just got a cat rolling around on her back, showing me her belly. Another herring! I didn't come here for herring. Out of interest, how much do herring like cheese? Is this my problem? Quite a lot. So this is what I meant when I said at the start of the stream, I kind of wish fish were more discerning, whereas what I'm finding is that they are less discerning than the wiki suggests. Because based on the wiki information alone, I went through and I hypothesized what the very best gear would be for every fish. which starts with its favourite bait and the rod and hook that best suit the depth at which it feeds, but then also factors in how many other fish are findable at that depth with that kind of rod and like that kind of bait. And based on the stuff on the wiki, there was a best setup for every fish, which should have eliminated a lot of the competition. But because I'm finding that actually fish can be fished up with more rod types than the wiki suggests, at far broader depths than the wiki suggests, unfortunately, that's thrown all of that by the wayside, which is good if you're just fishing with whatever gear you've got and trying to catch a variety of fish, but it's not good when you are trying to catch a particular kind of fish. It means even with all of that information, you can't effectively knock several other fish out of the pool to narrow it down to try and hedge your odds of fishing up the fish that you're after, and that frustrates me, because with a system as deep as this, I actually would really have liked that to be the case, where with enough knowledge and enough stuff, you could be much, much more kind of laser focused in your attempts. So your expertise in fishing, if you like, using precisely the right things, would get you much, much better chances of that being the fish that comes and nibbles. Yes, that's RNG, but I mean, but it's no fun when it's entirely RNG, and the more it feels like RNG and the less it feels like your skill and decision making, in a way, the less fun it is to interact with a deep system in that case. Because if it's all random anyway, why have we got all of these different things to choose from and all these different things to track, like the time of day and the kind of rod and the depth of the water and the bait that we've got on it and the kind of float that we've got on it? Like, there are so many things which feed into it, but in practical terms, if they don't really make that much difference, that's frustrating. Like, you go to all of that depth and all of that effort and you're not rewarded for it, and that's not really super in terms of game design or player satisfaction. Like, you want the depth to be rewarded. I mean, you know, because yeah, there's always a bit of RNG involved, but it just feels like there is too much for this. You either want a shallower system that just leans into the RNG, or you want a deep system where that depth has rewards, you know? So I'm frustrated that they are less discerning than I hoped they would be, the fish. Because it means even with all of the stuff and all of the knowledge and all of the work, you can't actually do much better nailing down how to catch a particular fish than you could just grabbing a random rod and reel and throwing it out there. And that's kind of sucky from my point of view. Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, I'm sure that it was an unfinished system when Titch passed. And I'm sure there probably was more refining. And that's what I was saying about the wiki. Like, I wonder how much of what the wiki says is based on how they intended the system to work, but they hadn't done refining the mechanics. So maybe it was meant to be more discerning in the way that the wiki suggests. It's just the fishing system that we have in game isn't. Because like I said, with all of that data, I was able to go and like do some calculations and effectively work out some good bets on what should have been the best gear. But with the information that I'm actually finding, none of that work would actually pay off. Doesn't really make that much difference. Come on, little snook. You're going the wrong way. You're going the wrong way. Yeah, so RNG, it's not fun anymore. Yeah. Like, this game, you know, this game and a lot of games, they're always going to have some in it, but, you know, the depth is meant to allow you to reduce that RNG by using skill, knowledge, you know, maths, whatever, like either through gaining more skill. And that's one of Wurm's problems with RNG, right? Like, it's a problem with animal husbandry. Like, the more animal husbandry skill you've got should mean the better you are able to breed good things. And in fact, the opposite is true, because of the mechanics of the system. The more animal husbandry you've got, the more crap in your trait pool, effectively, that makes it harder to then consistently breed certain traits in, which is the thing that you should be able to do better and better the more you skill. And that's another one of those things where RNG is actually RNG, and the way the mechanics of the system work are detracting from fun, because where you should be getting better at it, actually effectively you're getting worse for more skill. And true to life with fishing. Yeah, I mean, possibly, but I don't think it's true in as much as you could take any rod and fling it out anywhere in the real world and catch pretty much anything. I mean, fishing is not that random in real life. It feels a lot more random in Wurm, the way the mechanics work. But also, in fairness, this is still early days in terms of me sort of like testing the parameters of the system. I've got a lot more testing to do, and it might be that once we get past sort of the initial bit, I start to find places where certain bits of data matter more. Like, for example, like that twigs thing today. Again, that is something that the wiki says, but I haven't yet had a chance to test because I've been using moss all this time. But it would be interesting to know, because I have been, when I've been noting what I managed to fish up, I've also been noting how often things jump the line or break the line. It will be interesting to note, now I've done about, I don't know, 12 or 15 fishing sessions with moss. If I do another 12 or 15 with twigs, be interesting to see if there's a notable difference in how often things jump the line. But you really would need hundreds of iterations to see that more clearly, not dozens. And testing that, like, without access to the mechanics, without any kind of access to the back end stuff, is a very, very slow and painful way to test those things, because you do need to test them over hundreds or thousands, not dozens. Still, not a single bite from an octopus yet. Interestingly, interestingly for me anyway, where I was saying that what Wurm thinks is morning and afternoon is not at all what I would. It does correspond to sunrise and sundown. So the sun starts to go down around 4:30. The sun comes up, the sky starts to lighten around 4:30. So that's the same way that the day is broken up in Wurm if you're trying to eyeball it. If you're fishing at night, for example, and the sky starts to lighten, that's a pretty sure sign that you've just crossed the 4:30 a.m. threshold and you are into morning. But you can, so if you don't want to be using the, keep doing drink instead, if you don't want to be using the /time command all the time to check the time of day, you can sort of eyeball it for the shift from night to morning and around sunset. It's not so helpful for you for the afternoon shift. Thank you. Not a single bite from an octopus. But, so for example, if the fish had been as discerning as the wiki suggested, the way to make this work better would have been to look at, for example, herring, according to the wiki, can only be found at a depth of between 10 and 150 tiles. But I suspect they can be found deeper. Whereas octopus, according to the wiki, are mostly found from a depth of 200 to 800. Now, that might still be true, in as much as maybe part of the reason that we're getting so few octopus biting here is because this spot is really too shallow for them. So while we technically can find them here, mostly we won't. That might well be what's happening. But in a situation like that, where if those were hard limits, if you like, rather than soft limits, the way to eliminate herring from the pool altogether would be to make sure that you are only fishing for octopus at a depth past 150. And using things like that, you would then theoretically be able to narrow the pool a little bit. Like, there might be other things that you'd also be fishing at this depth, but if some of them don't like cheese at all, they're probably all right to leave in the pool, but anything else that likes cheese quite a lot, you want to try and eliminate from the pool. And that would make for an interesting way to interact with a deep system by doing that kind of testing and thinking around how to get around those problems. I'm also fishing up a lot of catfish here. And they feed from between 10 and 200, according to the wiki, but probably deeper in practice. Now, in fairness, I've done regular testing down to about 110 and found a load of things outside of their own range at that. It might start to change quite a lot when I get down to depths past 200. It might be that some of those actually are hard limits for the smaller fish, and I don't find them so much on over 200 deep tiles, but they could still be swimming in the upper reaches of those, so who knows. Smallmouth bass. Where's my octopus? Not here. Tell you what, since we're not catching octopus particularly fast here, I'm not going to move on. What I am going to do is I'm going to take this opportunity to relog and just try tweaking those settings a bit. Because I have to say, while I can see things more clearly like this, it's also kind of dull. So let's just relog Crim. Try turning one of those settings back on. It's the water reflections that mess with me the most, but I have to say the highly transparent water, don't know how long. No catch means longer stream. What, as in, means more time for Ruffle and Myra to finish their gnaw? Because, I mean, technically that's true. It does mean for a longer stream, potentially. Might also mean for a more dull stream, though, Bun. Right, I'm going to try turning highly transparent water off, but I'm going to leave the reflections off for now. Keep streaming, tell us jokes. I can't tell you jokes. I can't tell jokes to save my life. Don't worry, I'm not wrapping up my stream just yet. We've got shark fishing to go try. Now, functionally, has that made much difference? No. Probably will during the daytime. Hang on, did that take? Because that water looks just as transparent to me. Yeah, highly transparent water isn't on. But clearly it is the reflections that give it all of the character. Anyway, let's just find a bit more. Do a bit more fishing and see. But this is not a great depth for octopuses if the wiki's to be believed. So even though it's an octopus fishing spot, and it is possible in as much as I was just over there when I accidentally hooked an octopus that snapped my line. So I could go hunting and see if I can find another octopus spot, but I don't think it's much deeper over there, to be honest, than it is here. We're not far off the end of night time, though. You neither. Yeah. I'm terrible at jokes. Especially on demand. Hello, catfish. With its little wickers. Tell you what. Let's try. I hooked an octopus over here, and I'm just going to go see if I can find another octopus fishing spot over here. Because maybe it gets a little bit deeper. We are really quite close to the cliffside there. So let's just see if we can find something over this way. Oh, practically standing on an octopus fishing spot. There you go. There was another one right there. This is what I mean. Like, they're bloody everywhere. The wiki suggests that they're rare, and they're so not. Failed to make any sense. Maybe that was the spot that I was in. All right, let's head back that way and see if we can... Fishing spot ahead of me to the left, pretty close by. Ahead to the right, pretty close by. Head to the right, stone's throw away, so I'm going to get out. Oh my god, why can't I find disembark? Okay, so I'm going to get out and I'm going to try and do this. Tell you what, let's turn my sleep bonus off. And grab another buoy. Also, according to the wiki, fish can only be caught in certain seasons, or rather the fishing spots move from season to season. And my assumption is that my pendulum is telling me fish that can be caught in season right now. But I don't know, that is an assumption. Ahead of me and to the left. Tell you what I didn't bring. I didn't bring my salmon, but actually I've got some catfish on me. God, I'm carrying 44 kilos of catfish. Right, let's drop the catfish off, because those are bloody heavy. And I don't really want to be swimming with catfish in my inventory. There we go. Well, let's grab a salmon, because that's a nice large fish that isn't too heavy to use to mark my spot. So if we drop our salmon, see, this does not seem that much deeper than where we already were, but we'll try. See, isn't fishing thrilling? Practically standing on the fishing spot. Wow, there we go, found it first time. Swimming with the catfish for if you can't afford to swim with dolphins. Everybody can afford to swim with dolphins. I've got one penned at Brambleheim. You can come and swim with it in the petting zoo, I think. Actually, you possibly can't. I think the pen isn't open because they can't be branded. They also can't be protected. So I think the sea creature pens will have to be locked, because somebody could come griefing. Practically standing on it, practically standing on it. Come on. Is it an octopus? Is it? You can do it. It's also possible that when something is out of season, you can find a fishing spot, but you can't find what it is because it's not in season right now. And I'm not sort of discounting that possibility. No, it's an octopus fishing spot. Crim's other octo spot. Incidentally, with buoys, if you hang on, if you activate them and right-click on a tile, it won't let you plant it on the tile, but it will, a bit like a cat's eye, let you plant it on the tile corner. Except obviously that's not very helpful when you're trying to mark a fishing spot. But if you activate it in your inventory and right-click it on it in your inventory, then it will let you plant it where you are. And I don't know why that is. I don't know why you can do it from inventory, but you can't do it on the tile. You try not to activate, boys. There we go, my other octo fishing spot. So there is not much left. Like, the sky's going to start getting lighter soon. There you go, we've got 25 minutes left. But let's just try mooring on this one and fishing from this one instead. Oh, am I missing some terrible jokes? Hang on. Right, there we go. Once again, moored with a buoy between my legs. No pun intended. Where's my fishing rod? Where's my fish? There we go. Open the keep net. Let's chuck the herring in and the salmon. Right, once again, let's try fishing for octopuses. What do you get if you cross fishing tackle with an old smelly sock? Hook, line, and stinker. Why did the fish blush? Because it saw the ocean's bottom. Well, that's nicer than the answer to that I've heard, Mima, which is because the seaweed. That's the version that you tend to get of that over here. But either works. There you go. I don't know if that's a regional variation or what. A herring! Fucking herrings. Ah, they're eating all my cheese. How am I doing for cheese? Cheese, cheese, cheese. I've still got 65 left. I'm not running out of cheese anytime soon. What's the best way to communicate with a fish? Drop it a line. Are you all just now fast Googling for fishing jokes? The only fish pun I think I have engaged in is in my fish and chips shop, but oh look, another tiny thing that's not an octopus. Small salmon. You need a fish sound emote. What would that even sound like? Like Calvert's catfish, which started off as a kind of a purr and then just got kind of like drowny. Somewhere between a kind of like a Dustin sort of a kind of, and then just. Where do fishes like to go on vac? No. Record it. I don't think he's ever going to make that sound again, Myra. Unfortunately. I suppose you could have the sound of a fish slapping someone. Sort of a wet smack. But I'm not sure I really want to record that for you all. I just, I hate to think how I would create that sound. No. Wet smacking sound. 304, 181. Oh, well, you're 10th of the way there. That's not true. You're more than that. So that's what, 6, 7, 8, 9,000 pieces. Okay, you're like a third of the way there. That's pretty good. Ish. Not quite a third. A salmon. Not an octopus. Oh, and the sky's turning. That means we are out of octopus fishing time. So, yep, look, it's just gone 4:30 and the sky's just started to turn. So, no octopus for us. Or at least no octopus here for us. But let's go back to that shark fishing spot and see how that goes. Rose anchor. Right. What did I say I needed for sharks? What do sharkies like to eat? Perch, apparently. Okay. Perch it is. Likes them to be in a depth of over 150. Now, I didn't actually, what I meant to do was do lore on that tile, but I didn't. But I'm going to do lore on this shark tile, just to see how deep it is out of interest. But first, let's slap a perch on this before I forget to. Happily, we've got quite a few perch. Let's start with the ones that are decaying, though, because I don't think the fish care, the sharks. I've probably also got some in my keep nets as well. Or have I been checking all of those? Oh, no, you can't catch perch out here. But that's fine. I've got some roach in there that can go in. Right. Now, where was our shark boy? Shark boy. Shark boy. Also, with the reflections turned off, that is a very inky black sea. Just saying. Peepers peeled for my shark boy. Where to put it? Where to put it? Why can't I see it? I mean, this is like genuinely like inky black, inky black. I'm not sure I like this at all. I want my water reflections back. Oh, is that it? That's it? That's it? There it is. Right. Moored directly over the buoy, but let's just double check with the pendulum. Feel there's something there, but I can't determine what. You know, that's the first time I've had that. Practically standing on it, practically standing on it. Come on, confirm it's a sharky. White shark fishing spot. There we go. Right, we're parked on it. Got our rod set up. I'm just going to repair things on the rod, which is something you should remember to do more frequently than I have been. Can't repair the bone fishing hook, but that's all right. They are abundant. So, with highly transparent water off, let's just pay attention to how visible fish are when they come. I think I might also, you know what, I might fish out this way. Might be slightly easier to see. Because it's looking kind of murky and dark, but I don't know if it's just because we're in that in-between stage with the sun really low. If it'll get better when it starts to come up. See, this is the problem, though, with you guys being like, anything less than 90s shabby. What's your shipbuilding at now, Ruffle? Is that our fishy? I think that is our fishy. Which is quite visible. It's a snook. If I turn the reflections on now, though, they're going to be awful because the sun's low in the sky, I reckon. 59. You're getting there. I mean, you've been working hard on that one, in fairness. You put quite a lot of boats now. Look! 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 A shark! There he comes! Oh, he's not that big, Myra. What are you talking about? He may only be a babby one, though. He's not putting up much of a fight yet, either.
Oh, yes. Magnificent.
Why is it so much easier to catch the white shark? And there he is. But look at that. Quality 15, so it is a small one. I didn't do the thing I said I was going to do, though, and do lure on this tile. So let's just see how deep we are. 'Tis a baby shark. And that was what? third hook. It didn't kick up a fight, but then it was a small one. Yes, it is definitely bigger than the worm fishies, but smaller than worm sharks, I reckon. Okay, so we're around 210 deep. This is quite deep. I mean, fuck it, it's... What time is it? No time at all. We are deep enough that we should be able to catch decent shark here, but maybe we should head out to deeper water and see if we can catch something deeper. I'm also more likely to snap a line, though, if I go into deeper water, so... we'll see. Let's just try a little bit more here. You could definitely see it come swimming up, though. I was not paying close enough attention because I wasn't expecting it to appear quite that fast. But now I'm sort of on alert. I tell you what, now we've also caught one here, I might turn my reflections back on. I did, Myra. I did. It was the second thing I caught on the shark spot. But it was only a little one. It is, in fact, a small shark, I think. Let's have a look. Interestingly, though, it just said I hooked a white shark, even though, quality-wise, it should be in the small category, but only just. Do one more, and I'm going to go and turn my reflections back on, because this inky black water is killing me. But also because if shark... I mean, maybe we got lucky and we're not going to get another one even show up. But having caught one quite early, I feel more inclined to go and turn my water reflections back on and then see how it looks when water looks the way it should. So let's just see what we get for this one first. Perch. Oh! No, wait. A herring. I was going to say, pretty sure you can't get perch in salt water. Right, okay. We're going to relog just as those reflections start to get really bad. We're going to relog, we're going to turn our water reflections back on, and then we're going to do some more shark fishing with the seas looking the way that the seas should look, and see if that was very, very lucky RNG, or if actually sharks are more abundant here than octopus are on that other spot. So, water reflections. So your options for water reflections start with the sky. Fortunately, unfortunately, I mean, which means that because it's the clouds that interfere most with you, you can't just have reflections from the land and the trees, but not the clouds. Look how different that is. So different. So different. It's a whole different game. Just that one toggle, water reflections, makes such a difference. Right. Somebody on the forums suggested to me earlier, there's something that you can tweak in the settings in terms of, in the worm settings, there are some, what are they called? There are some settings for basically working around issues that Wurm or Java has with Intel chips. And somebody suggested I turn the VBO one on, and I did, and it totally changes the game. It wipes out all of the lighting, and I was in a canal, an underground canal at the time, and all of the lighting in the game just got wiped out. And I was like, well, on the one hand, maybe it will solve the OpenDLL problem, but on the other hand, it makes Wurm look entirely different. I'm not sure how I feel about that. And okay, so this does look like the Wurm I know and love again, but also I can't see a bloody thing. I mean, there's a catfish down there, but all I'm seeing is clouds. We're going to keep going though, because maybe even with all those clouds, if we can get another shark to come and have a nibble, it might be more visible, at least, than one of the little fishy fishes. We're going to have another polo as well. Also, I didn't put my shark in my keep net, and I should. But first, let's pop that up there. First, how big? I'm going to have to wait till I'm done fishing before you can see the shark, but you can kind of see it on my character model. Like, it ain't small. I think it is, in fact, probably just more or less normal shark size. We did get to see it come. No, we did get to see it come, but it was quite small. But it is only a little shark. So it's only a quality 15. It weighs, what does it weigh? I mean, 30 kilos. But we saw it come. We saw it come up. Right. Let's get that catfish. And then let's see how big that shark is. In my hand. There we go. Big. I mean, I can't get any further out than that in third person, unfortunately, but, you know, big. But not huge. Not like other shark size in Wurm. So let's pop that in my keep net. I'm pleased to see that that great big white shark will fit in my teeny tiny little keep net. Thanks, Wurm. Sometimes logic works in your favour. But I'm casting out to the side instead of ahead, because it's a little bit easier, theoretically, to see something come swimming up to it there. But not by huge amounts. At least not with water reflections on like this. You so hungry? Hello. No, that's another... Is that another catfish or a salmon? It's catfish. So small. It is definitely harder to see them with reflections though, even though the world looks better. It's going to be even worse if I fish off that side though, with the sun coming up. Can you stop grabbing me, madam? You enjoying yourselves over there? What sound does a shark make? Asking for a friend. I don't think that's the sound a shark makes, Bun. Dun dun. Yep. Yep. Yep, fair. That was about the only answer that was ever going to get, isn't it? Come on. Come on, fishies. Something tiny. A herring. What time are we on? We got loads of time. After this, how are we doing? 11:30? After this, I'm going to head out into deeper water. Loads of time, says the people furiously trying to finish a gnar. Tell you what, let's turn my sleep bonus back on. Might as well. I have got, like, I've drunk some fishing juice as well. Ooh, what's this? A snook. See, that was quite big. I've drunk some fishing juice, so to speak. So I've got an affinity boost on from that, and of course we've got the event boost, and I'm using sleep bonus. I'm not using Kavasi. So I could be doing this even more efficiently, but because I'm just sort of idle fishing, I feel like Kavasi might be taking it a bit too far. I have actually got some with me. I could Kavasi it, but there's 2 more days of this event left, and unless we've got another Rite of Spring on the horizon, I'm probably going to use all of my sleep bonus even without Kavasi. So, but I do need to eat and drink, so let's do that. Finish up the last of my breakfast. Yeah, I've got some Kavasi in the thermos. So one of the things that I did not... No Rite of Spring ready? No, I didn't think there would be. One of the things that I didn't talk about was you can, for example, rune your tackle box, because there are runes that reduce the decay of the contents. But I suspect, and I can't confirm this, and it would honestly be a pain in the arse to confirm, but I suspect that tackle boxes work kind of the same way that larders do. Because for anybody that doesn't know, you can rune your larder to reduce the decay of the food inside, but you have to actually rune the shelves in it. So runes that affect the contents of something only seem to go 1 level deep. So you can't rune a whole larder. Oh, there's our shark. There he is. You can't rune a whole larder and have everything in it protected. What it does is it reduces the decay on the shelves. It's a small white shark as well, so this is going to be even smaller than the one we already got. By runing the whole larder, effectively what you're doing, here he goes, is protecting the shelves from decay rather than the food on the shelves. So you have to actually rune the individual shelves in the larder, and I think that a tackle box works the same way, unfortunately. And I suspect the lunchboxes do as well. I haven't actually slapped a rune on my lunchbox, but if you did, I think if you did it on your picnic basket or your lunchbox, you'd be protecting these 2 containers from decay, not their contents. So you'd actually want to put it on your food compartment specifically. Now, that's not too much of a problem for a lunchbox, and for a larder, it's a bit of a pain in the arse, but it's only got 4 shelves. But for a tackle box, it has got so many containers in it that in order to effectively protect these things from decay, you'd have to be going and runing the individual containers. And to be honest, I've runed the ones that have fish in, because those decay the fastest. But it's quite a lot of faff to get your money's worth of a rune out of for something like a tackle box, basically. Yeah, there you go. That was indeed a small shark. That was 11 quality. The other one was, what did we say, 15.9, I think. So what I'm going to do, we've caught 2 sharks here. We could at least see it, despite the water reflections. Let's head into deeper water, see if we can find some deeper fishing spots, which will find us bigger fish, in theory. Also means I'm more likely to snap some lines or ruin some gear. But we're out here, so we might as well. Now, it can be quite hard to tell getting into deeper water when it doesn't change much, but what I tend to do is if I look down like this, I'm sort of looking at the size of the tiles. Is that a peal of thunder? Got our green holy crop skies at the moment as well, which are a bit weird. But if you look down, you can sort of judge it from the tile sizes. You can't see that corner of the inventory. Oh, because my head's in the way. There you go, is that better? I mean, do you need to? But you mean where I was looking through like my tackle box and stuff? But yes, the shark is... Where was it? Oh, I've put it back in the keep net. The shark was quality 11. That catfish should go in there as well, though. And that snook. And those herring. Yeah, broadly speaking, I don't, like... I assume you don't need to see the corner of my inventory, so I don't mind it being there. But given that we are looking at qualities of fishies, I've bumped it up. Yeah, no, it's fine, Bun. It makes sense to bump it up right now. See, these tiles not really getting smaller. In fact, if anything, I think we're getting into shallower water here, where the land is sort of going to meet. But once we get out past this stretch, I think they'll start to get smaller again. Because you see, right now, definitely shallower than where we were. Tiles are much bigger. Let's speed up a little bit. Let's turn my sleep bonus off, which I had only just turned back on. You're going to sleep, Tantail? Sorry if I missed you leaving already. Maybe you'll catch it on VOD, but if you haven't gone yet, and you are going to go sleep, go have a good sleep. Right, how are we doing? Still... Okay, getting a little bit deeper. Need to keep an eye out for orange text, because what we don't want to accidentally do is end up on a border. But it's starting to get deeper again now, because these are starting to get smaller. Now, if you want really deep, deep water, for like hardcore fishing, you want to be going to India or Xanadu, because they've got water at depths that the small servers just don't. Just don't, like... There we go. See, it's getting much smaller now. So if I slow back down, and let's just... Any sign of any shark fins? Right, let's just disembark here, just out of interest, because those tiles are really quite small now. Let's see how deep we are. Over marsh, interestingly. So deep that we can't actually see it. 45 meters, so about 450 down. So that seems deep, deeper certainly. Let's do some penduluming and see if we can find something out here. Okay. So let's hop in. Go at like half, not quite half sail, quarter sail, no sail. We're going about 7 kilometers an hour, which is a decent pace to be using a pendulum, because we won't massively overshoot if we spot something. So I'm just going to queue a few of those up. Now, what I shouldn't be doing is twisting around, because it's going to tell me a direction relative to the way that I'm facing. But I always want to do that. I always want to turn around and look around me while I'm using pendulums, and you just shouldn't. But the reason I'm using it quite so rapidly as this is because it does change quite fast, even at like 10 kilometers an hour. Because even though the range on them is theoretically pretty decent. How far out are we? What is that? What the hell is that? Oh, is that a champion blue whale? We've got a mission for them at the moment. I mean, it looks too big for a wagon. No, it's a whale. I just saw a little spray. Wagons tend to be more bulbous. They sit higher. Let's go see if we can find anything near the whale. Clearly the fishing tiles are nowhere near as abundant out here as they were inland. Yep. It's an adolescent as well. It's only a little one. White shark fishing spot ahead to the right, very close. So let's slow right down. Okay. There he goes. To the right, a stone's throw away. Can I see any shark fins? I cannot. So we're going to get out and swim. Now, fuck knows what tile I'm on. I don't think my salmon dropping thing's going to work here. But let's grab a buoy. We're just going to have to do the best we can. Ahead and to the right. Is it a wagon? Is it a whale? It's Superman! To the right, still heading to the right. It's close though. Okay, I think we found it, but we're just going to do a few more to check that it is the right one. It's one of my fancy boys memers. There we go. White shark fishing spot. So, chances of me being able to find this again, ever, probably not very good, but fancy. Right. There's my boy. Do you know what? I was going to make them fancy ones. I was going to dye them, and then I just forgot. Right. Where's the whale? Whale's over there. So you know what? I'm going to just... Just come up. Just got to line myself up right. Bam. Let's test it again, just to be sure. Practically standing on it. Fine. Now, I think visibility is probably going to be poor whichever way we look, so we might as well look towards the whale. Sadly, even with the sea, like having brought the sea towards Thorspring, do you know what I haven't tried? I haven't tried luring brackish sea creatures into fresh water. I assume you can, but I haven't actually tried. But there's no chance of me getting a champion whale over to Thorspring. The other problem I'm going to have here is... Will it let me fish on the boat? Yes, it will. Okay, good. I was going to say the other problem I'm going to have here is I can't, like, I'll have to look directly down to select a tile, but it will let you do your right-click fish on the boat and then choose your tile. So let's close my inventory. We want to watch out for sharkies. And we're going to see if they're any bigger in water twice as deep. I'm fired. Yeah, I know. I don't actually know how much it takes to dye a buoy either. Is it like lamps? Is it a teeny tiny amount or is it shitloads? Because I totally could have dyed them an obnoxious colour or just dyed them red. And I'm not above coming out and finding all my fishing spots again with a pot of dye and just pasting it on, you know. There it is! There is a sharky! And it's not much bigger than the last one. Look at him go! Man, we've been really lucky with the shark fishing. And we caught it. Quality 21.
Oh, yes.
3 sharks.
Magnificent.
So far, none of them have put up much of a fight. We've been lucky, but we also haven't got any very big ones. I feel like we need a bigger one to see just how hard they fight. For anybody who's sort of using it sort of like benchmarking, by the way, my skill is now, I'm up to 73. So I am using high quality gear. It's the right time of day and I'm using the right bait. But these sharks are not very heavy, and it is definitely the heavier ones which are more likely to break your shit. And at the moment, like, that's the heaviest one I've got so far. And that's 42 kilos. That's not light, but it's only a quality 21 shark. I would hate to think, what a quality 80 shark would look like. What will be interesting, though, is now that we are in deeper water, I'd be interested to see how many of the other kinds of fish that we've been finding in the shallower water we still find out here. Because if being in deep water effectively does eliminate a lot of the competition, that's another reason to do it, not just for the bigger fish, but actually also so you're more consistently pulling the thing that you're out here to find. However, whatever's currently coming towards me is not... Is that a clam? It is a clam! On the plus side, now I know that you can catch clams with professional fishing reels at, what did we say this was, about 400 depth? Tell you what, let's just check the tile that we are on-ish. It's very hard to know the tile I'm on, but let's just do lore. Too far away. See, now I've got to... Can I correctly identify the one I'm on without getting out of my boat? There we go. Quality 16 clam as well. I've started to track what I get in different qualities of clam just to see if there's any trends. But it is very, very early days. So, open a keep net. Accidental shark fishing stream. I didn't even mean to come shark fishing, But I'm not complaining. So we can still catch catfish out at this depth. 78 metres. Bloody hell. 70... That went off sharply. So, 78 metres deep, 780 dirts down. That is... Let me just open this clam and see if there's anything interesting in it. Probably nothing. Oh, some nails. Why, thank you. Right. Let's try and fish up some more sharkies. Fish. Where did There it is. I was going to say, where did my whale go? Over there. So... Wait, what did I just say we were at depth-wise? 780. It looks like you can catch clams at any depth and with any rod. For reference, my assumption was that you probably could. But it's nice to know these things for sure. Catfish. Catfish, catfish, catfish. Where are catfish? See, the wiki says catfish can only be caught up to a depth of 200. But lore on this tile is telling me that catfish is the most common thing I'll find here. Whoops, I accidentally cancelled my fish. Let's try again. Hello, Scooter. We've been shark fishing. We've caught 3 sharks. I need to go find me a marlin spot. But none of them have been very big sharks yet. What about if we go in first person? See, there we go, there's a catfish. Maybe in first person the sharks will look bigger. Ruffle and Myra, are trying to build a gnar in the time that it takes me to finish up this stream. So they started like halfway through the stream and they're going to try and finish it before I finish. And we'll see. Right. Yeah, sharky, sharky. Come and get the nice... What did I put on it? Perch. Come get the nice perch. Nom 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 nom. Nom nom nom. Little whale doing his flippity flip over there. He's only a young'un. Just keep streaming. Just keep streaming. Yeah, sharky. Come on. Tasty perch. Well, that ain't a shark. A smallmouth bass all the way out here. Bigger fish in deeper water, they said. Oh. Quality 14. 'Tis indeed small. You can instantly queue up fishing actions. So once you've actually placed it, if you try and right click while you're still placing it, it will just cancel the action. But once you've placed it, you can then queue up a bunch more. So once you've actually reeled in a fish or done whatever you need to do with it, it will then just give you the... there we go, that's my full stack. It will then just give you the target again. Moira has about 1 million. She does. Oh, there's a shark. There's a shark. Shark number 4. Dirt-em. Dirt-em. Hey, buddy. Oh, that water reflection. No, the sun is in the way. Here he goes. Here he goes. He goes. He goes. Get out. Get out. Get out. Oh, I can't. I'm trying to tilt in a way that allows us to see him. But we caught another white shark. This one's quality 18. Come on, sharkies. I want deeper. Now, okay, I tell you what, we've got optimum depth for shark fishing. Now I'm going to just go and have a look and see if this might be one of the scenarios where I want to change out my hook or change out my float. Because I'm using a kind of a catch-all bone hook. Might be better with a metal one. And while twigs are the best float for general use, I'll just see if something else is better for deep fishing for sharkies. So, Pedia. Hello, boo. Just keep your eye out for sharkies while I'm flitting between screens. Fish, fish, fish. White shark. A herring! So I think we're still in morning, but only for another 20-something minutes. It's still quite easy to catch sharks in the afternoon, though. Special fish tiles. Okay, so they feed at any height. So that's not very helpful. In terms of floats, what are we? We're in the morning, just. Theoretically, bark is better for sharks than twigs. So maybe this is a time to try switching out our float. That's because we are fishing in the morning. So let's put that back and let's just try a bit of bark, because we're fishing in the morning and bark is best in the morning, and a shark feeds at any depth, and it says that bark is okay at any depth. But although actually, but then a twig is best at any depth and okay in the morning, so maybe there's no difference. But you know what, let's try. Let's try. It doesn't hurt to try. Fish, fish, fish. And the only other thing that I didn't actually look at was, let's look at hooks. See, again, it doesn't say on the hooks page, it doesn't tell you anything about which hooks to use at which depth, but it does tell you on the fishing page, and this is what I mean about the information that you need not being in all the places that you need it, and you don't always know to go looking for it elsewhere. So on the fishing page, that's a catfish. On the fishing page, it tells you a little bit about hooks, but not a lot. Mostly it's telling you about the wood type affecting hooks. But somewhere, is it on the notes section? You get better fish in deeper water. Railroads take less damage, blah, 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 blah. Somewhere on the wiki, it tells you that metal hooks are better for deeper fish. But right now I'm struggling to find it, and that's a problem because it's not, I'm not finding it on the fishing page, I'm not finding it on the hooks page. Whoops. There we go. Let's cast that again. So would a decreased decay taken be best to use on a meditation rug? If you'd leave your meditation rug out on a tile, in my experience, meditation rugs don't really take decay when they're on the ground on deed. So actually, no, what you want is a rune, assuming it's a meditation rug that you're using quite regularly rather than just on special tiles. You would probably want the one that reduces the damage, because meditation rugs take damage every time you use them, but they don't really take decay unless they're off deed or on a deed with less than 30 days stuff in it. So you want the damage reduction, not the decay reduction. The reason that I've put decay reduction on my tackle box is because if I put that down like in my boat when I go swimming, like that's off deed and out of my inventory more than most other things. And then I've put reduced decay on the contents on some of the containers within it. But on my rods and my reels, I've got a huge herring. On my rods and my reels, I've got runes that will reduce the damage they take, because they take damage through use, and it'll be the same with the meditation rug, where they just take a little bit of damage each time you use them. Right, back to my search to see if I can find where it said that thing about hooks that I read that one time. It's not on the hooks section of the fishing page. The fishing hook page is not actually a page, it's just a signpost. How's that now going? Wow, that is soon. Look at that. 300 and something left out of, what was it, 1400? Pretty good. Pretty good. Now, if I hadn't come out to deep sea to do more fishing, I reckon you'd have struggled. It's not on the metal fishing hook page. Another huge herring. Let's just queue up some more fishing actions. Where would it be? Where would it be? Some of this information is on the fish page, not the fishing page, frustratingly. That's where you find out about water types, for example. It's going to bug me now, because I definitely read that on the wiki somewhere, but can I find it now? No. Well, we're past the best fishing time now. I kind of wonder if, having caught a few lackluster sharks, we should try hunting for a different kind of fishing spot. Or maybe, well, it's not quite time to head home yet. But soon, maybe. Tell you what, let's. Why can I never find it? Raise anchor. I wish that the stuff in the menu on a boat like this was sorted by priority, like the things that you are most likely to want to do, like raise anchor or disembark or embark, just right up at the top. Interestingly, I can apparently also do fishing lore on my boat, so maybe that just does it on the tile that I'm on. More stream! They can do it. They can do it. They've got it. I doubted, but I doubt no more. Now, whoops, let's not go too fast. Let's open KeepNet and drop all of these fishies in there. I've not yet run out of room in my fish keep net, and for such a small net, it's currently carrying 4 sharks. But let's get the pendy out and see what we can find. Other than more champion whales, probably. Fishing spot to the right, pretty close by. To the right, and very close. When we get to within a stone's throw, I'm more inclined to get out, although, because that was a confusing one, I didn't actually look for shark fins this time, which I should have. See, my other boy is literally just there. We've not even gone that far. But I can't see any shark fins, so... Also keep an eye out for Nessies, because if anybody spots a Nessie, I do not want to be out swimming in the water while a Nessie sneaks up on me, thank you very much. I'm going to take the bark back off this, though, because we are no longer in the morning. Therefore, fishing spot to the left. Therefore, bark is no longer the right way to go. We'll pop a twig back on it, because twigs are best. To my left. Come on, you can do it. It's a sailfish spot. I mean, I could go for another sailfish spot, except that I didn't bring a boy with me. But maybe we'll get a bigger sailfish out here. Right. Let's pick up a buoy before I forget. What we really want, though, is marlin. Just saying. Because them's the big uns. Behind me and to the right. Let's just back up a little bit. Behind me and still to the right. Trouble is, I'm never sure in third person what it counts as your direction. Presumably the direction you're looking in. But there's always a bigger fish. There is always a bigger fish in front of me and close by. And danger is when you're in a boat, you tend to think of behind you as being like behind the boat, but it's not. It's behind you based on the direction you're facing in as you're using the pendulum. And when you're looking directly down, it can be super easy to just get knocked off kilter. There we go. So there's a sailfish spot in front, close by. That's the spot that we just found. Let's queue a few of those up. In front. Now we're a stone's throw. Just need to keep an eye on my stamina, because what I don't want to do is drown all the way out here at sea.
Meh. Brr.
Practically standing on it. Hopefully this is it. There we go. Sailfish fishing spot. So we'll plant it. Swim back to our boat on half stamina. Then we'll park on it. And we'll see if we can catch us a bigger sailfin than we caught before. Sailfin. Sailfish. Sailfish. Same difference. Yeah, funny, but also not. Okay. Stop flipping your food bowl. Don't do that. I'll park on this spot. I'll cast my thing out. Whoops, 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 whoops. Doink! Ah, you know what? I think I overshot. Let's just check. Whoops. No, 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 no. None of this. She wouldn't know a fish if she met one. Okay, I'm on the right spot. Now, sailfins. Who remembers what sailfins needed? They needed grubs, didn't they? Oh, crap. That was the problem, because I didn't go get more grubs. So this might be a shorter stop than the last one. So if we put the perch away, grub, grub, grub. How many have we got? 6. We got 6 grubs left. This is going to be very short. Clearly, it is not a sailfish fishing day. But, you know, maybe we'll find an octopus spot or something more exciting. Fish. 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 Fish and fish. They don't always take the bait in one swoop. Sometimes a bait will last you for 2 or 3 fishes, but not always. I am just going to go feed that cat and let's hope a sailfish doesn't swim up while I'm gone. One of the good things about fishing is there isn't a whole lot of RNG in terms of fishing timers. So there's a little bit, but it is very rare to get a fish show up very close to your hook almost immediately. So what have we got? A small sailfish! Look how tiny! Look how small! I mean, maybe it's just quite a way down, but it is really quite a small fish, isn't it? And it's going to be, because it's small, it's going to be quality 15 or less. So small. On the plus side, we did at least... We caught it. Quality 11. At least we got at least one more sailfish with our grub. So small. On the plus side, now I'm going to have some fun fish to slap Calvert with. Sailfish slaps. Or display around my home, you know, in some morbid fashion. We're definitely not going to see like nice
What's
big
that you say?
sailfish
Go on then.
swimming up to the boat kind of animations, though. I think you pretty much are only going to get those for shark, for white sharks and for marlin. Because all of the others are small, including octopus. The octopus that you catch at sea, much smaller than the octopus you actually see swimming about. A small salmon. Clearly I'm going to have to go replenishing my grubs, though. Don't suppose it's going to show me what it looks like all the way up here, is it? No. Oh, look! Valray and Jackal are directly below us right now. There's Valray. There's Jackal. They've been dancing around each other a lot in the sky lately. Yeah, fish, fish, fish. Catch us a big one. We're deep enough. Which reminds me I should do lore before I leave this spot and see how deep this spot is. I suppose it would be helpful if I wrote the depth on the buoys, wouldn't it? It's only just occurred to me that would have helped. I'll do it on this one. And if I can sail back via my other shark one, I'll put it on that one as well. Saves doing lore on it each time when I'm recording data. A snook! I like how, like, the fish, these fish, oh, the snook jumped the hook as well. I like how these sort of, like, you know, just fishies in the water kind of animation fishies, like, way bigger than this special fish I'm catching on the special fishing tile, which is teeny tiny. So small. On the plus side, fishing is probably one of those activities that is quite plausible to do. Yeah. Snooks are tricksy. They jump all the time, and they pull quite hard too. Fishing is probably one of those activities that's quite nice to go and do with people. That's a sailfin. There we go, sailfish even. That was slightly more visible. You can see the fin on its back. I mean, still not huge, but bigger than the last one, I reckon. Because in a sailboat, you can fit 3 people, and once you've found the fishing spot, I suppose the problem is you won't all be in the fishing spot position from in a boat. Maybe that doesn't work so well, I don't know. But what was it? Quality 11. It wasn't actually any bigger than the others. I think it was maybe just higher up in the water. It's interesting, though. That it doesn't classify it as a small sailfish. For any other fish, for all the other kinds of fish, for the normal kinds of fish, if they're below quality 15 or if they're 15 and below, it will tell you it's a small fish when you hook it. But it doesn't seem to for that. But I feel like it did for the sharks. Did it not tell us we'd hooked a small white shark at one point? I'd need to go back through my logs to check. Because I don't know if it's an exception for all special fish or just some special fish, but for the sailfish, it does not seem to tell you the size. And I can't imagine that it's setting the parameters for size differently for those, but maybe it is. This might be my last grub. Grab, 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 grab. Oh no, second to last grub. There's our fishy. Not a sailfish. It is a large herring. Is it going to eat my grub? It did not eat my grub. That was nice of it. Still 2 grubs to go. I mean, my other boy is literally just there. How are you also skilling archaeology, Myra? Are you not meant to be shipbuilding right now? Don't mind me, that's just me responding to Myra posting her gains in one of the other channels, in one of the Discords. Oh, I see, that's Maytay, okay. Uh-huh. Multitasking, that's how confident you are about finishing that gnar. Mind you. You are gonna. There's our little fishy, it looks like a catfish. It is indeed a catfish. As I said, once you start to recognise the fish, you can, once the bobber goes, if they're going to eat your bait, they've eaten your bait. But when you see them swimming up before they've nipped the bobber, if you want to eke out your bait, you can pull your line back before they actually get to it, if you're fairly sure. You're going to finish it before I find another fancy fish? What, finish the gnar? Wait. So 78 meters. So let's just put that on the boy label. Is it the final grub? It is the final grub. So when it tells me it can't replace this one, we're going to move on. So you may well finish your gnar before I catch another fancy fish, unless I'm lucky and get another sailfish, sort of nowish. Let's pop those in there. It's been a good day's fishing, though. How far off are you? How many items have you got left on your gnar? In fairness, half of the battle of making a gnar is making all the bloody materials for it, so... 30, wow, 32 items to go. That's a herring. That ain't gonna do it. Did not eat my grub, though. So there's one more chance. Maybe you need to hurry. I have to say, that is cracking work on that gnar, though. How long ago did you start? Did you log the, Did you log what the start time was? Just scrolling up to have a look. Alas, my chat does not scroll quite that far. No, I'm not on a shark fishing spot. There's no data. Here, little sailfin, sailfish, sailfin, whatever, sailfish. Come and do a bite. I wish it was that size. $23, $24. Oh! Salmon jumped the fishing hook and it took my bait. Good night, memers. So that's your time, right, Myra? So yeah, 2 hours. 2 hours to make a gnar. Pretty impressive. Right. Raise anchor. I'm going to go back and put the depth on this one too. What time are we on? 20 past midnight. See, are you now done encouraging me to just keep streaming? Now that you're basically at the end of your gnar, because you're all going to turn in now, aren't you, you sods? And there's me back out at sea still and done. Very good. Very good. Congratulations. That was a very speedy gnar build. I'm impressed. Right, back on top of this gnar. Let's just get the depth on this one. $78 again. Okay. Do I go looking for another fishing spot that's not a sailfish or a shark? Or do I start sailing back home? I mean, I'm already out here. My temptation is to keep going, but most of you are Europeans and you're going to start heading to bed, especially now you lot have finished your gnar. Just maybe I'll just have a little look-see, just to see if there's anything else in the area. Get a little bit further away from that sharky spot first, though, so we don't keep picking that up. Let's go and see this lovely big whale. Octopus fishing spot to the right, very close. To the right and a stone's throw away. Why is disembark so hard to bloody find? Okay. Come on. Come on, octopus. And also let's grab a buoy before I forget again and go too far. Practically standing on it. Winner, winner. Come on, little Pendy. You can do it, you can do it. It doesn't want to tell me, does it? There we go. Octopus fishing spot. Bang on. Yeah, see, you are getting tired now, aren't you, Bun? It's that time. Crim's. Octo deep spot. But also, while I'm here, let's do... Oh, crap. It's probably going to be easier to do the depth actually once I'm parked on it, because finding the tile that I am over right now can be a bit of a pain, although I suppose I could take a punt. Law? Not that one. Not that one. Or that one. There we go. Still 78 meters. Clearly this is just the depth of the outer borders of Exodus. So let's plant that. And let's see if we have more luck catching octopus at the depth they're supposed to be at than we did on that inland sea. Just gonna reverse. Beep. Okay. And moored. Directly on the buoy. Okay, one more time. One more time. Fishies? Not fishies. Cheese. We need cheese. Cheese for octopuses. Come on, octopus friend. You know you want to be caught. And we've still got our nice whale nearby. Fish. 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 And fish. Go. Oh, no boy! I mean, it is wrong if you say it like that, but in fairness, like, we also tend to use boy as a sort of a diminutive term for men. Like... What have we got? A herring! An impressive herring! Oh, so many herring on this shipping... this fishing trip. Fishing trip. I've been known to call Pev a handsome boy. He's not actually boyish at all. Is it red? He's not a red boy, no. They are unpainted boys. Don't know if I can examine my keep net whilst it's attached to the boat. I kind of don't want to detach it because I don't know if it will let me reattach it while it's still full of fish. No, the herring. No. Does anybody know where that turn of phrase actually comes from? Like a red herring? Like, what's the origin of red herring? Where's my chief Googler when I need her? I want to know the etymology of that particular idiom. Smallmouth bass. Not an octopus. Demonstrably. Oh, come on, you sod. Even that's bigger than the sailfish. Look at it go. It's putting up a fight as well. Don't you be snapping my line. Originated from the literal practice of using smoked herring to train dogs. I see. Thank you, Chief Googler. Oh, it jumped the hook. Outrageous. At least it didn't snap the line. me once again forgetting to turn my sleep bonus on and off, but it doesn't matter hugely. Let's drink and eat something though. Been out here a while. Check out my quality 100 sandwich. Num 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 num. So I don't know if anybody knows, but according to the cooking, should have asked this while we had Madoon around. According to the cookbook, of the many potential contents of sandwiches, cooked meat is one of them. But cooked meat is a legacy item that you can't make anymore, or rather you can make, but it's different cooked meat to the old cooked meat. So the way you make cooked meat now as a catfish, the way you make cooked meat now is by wrapping it and then throwing it in an oven. But that cooked meat does not qualify for the cooked meat that a sandwich wants on the new cooking system. And it's frustrating because, like, the old cooked meat, that's from pre the cooking overhaul. Ah, you are there, Madoon. So yeah, so you've got a load of the old style cooked meat. Presumably it will let you use that as a sandwich filling. But I find it frustrating that the sandwich, like the sandwich fillings came with the new system, but they contain a thing that you don't seem to be able to make under the new system. Because you can make new cooked meat, but it does not qualify for that sandwich filling. And I think it has to be the old cooked meat type. But I don't know that I've got any to check with. Maybe you should check. If you just get two slices of bread, and stick a slab of old cooked meat between them, see if it will let you then create a sandwich from that. You just got to put them on a wooden plate. Activate your hand, right hand, create for a mystery meat sandwich. An octopus! Oh my goodness! Where is it? Wait, come back! Come back! Oh, wait, did I? I got an octopus! And it's a quality 61, and I couldn't see a bloody thing. Wow. I shall put him in my hand in a minute, though, so you can have a look. Now's a good time to look at my list and, oh shit, you know what I forgot to do? I had a news page that I totally forgot about. I'm sure I had some other things that I wanted to talk about, but as we've just got our octopus, I'm going to news page while I do this, and let's hope that something really exciting does not come sailing up. So it was only a quick one, really. That's not the news. That's the news. If you hadn't already clocked, compensation for recent downtime, we've got plus 10% skill gain and plus 10% affinity chance running through to halfway through Monday. But I know most of you are already out there skilling. There is another Ven streamer that's been announced. He was actually announced a couple of weeks ago, and it's my bad I hadn't put the news put a news page up for him before then. This is one of the Brazilians, and he streams direct to YouTube rather than Twitch. So it's really nice to see one of the Brazilians joining Ven. That was a herring. You missed nothing at all. And our epic adventures are coming soon in 2 weeks, unless something goes terribly, terribly wrong with my with my laptop setup. She says, jinxing herself. It is actually going away for repair soon. But so there we go. In 2 weeks. Does he stream in English or Spanish? I think I assume he streams in Portuguese, but I don't actually know. He was streaming at the Friend Along, I think, and a couple of other things. So because he's on YouTube, like, I'm used to setting up Twitch alerts, but I don't really like set up YouTube alerts in the same way. So I haven't managed to catch one of his live yet. Yeah, in Portuguese. But sometimes I find that the people streaming in Portuguese are still very sort of still very watchable. I suppose it depends how much of the stream is about what they're saying and how much of it's about what they're doing. But I just think it's really nice that one of the Brazilians has gotten to join the Ven program, because one of my concerns about Ven was that how it would accommodate some of those other sort of non-native English speaking players, of which Wurm has many. So that's nice. And it's nice to see somebody on a platform other than Twitch as well. So you can't make a sandwich with cooked meat, Medoon. Right, hang on, I'm coming back to gameplay. But is it showing in your sandwich menu in your cookbook? Because it shows in mine. Right, okay. First things first, I said I would. Let's show you our little octopus. He's not terribly big. There he is. He's just, hang on. In the way of the boy, unfortunately. But there you go, little octopus. How about if I stick it in the other hand? There we go. Little octopus, just there. So small, so lovely. How much does it weigh? 6 kilos at 60 quality. So there you go. Yay. Open the keep net. So let's put the octopus in there. And recipe, it does say cooked meat, but has a different icon to the cooked meat you have. See, so it's not old cooked meat and it's not new cooked meat. That is so weird. It also doesn't accept, because I tried, it doesn't accept roasted meat and it doesn't accept fried meat, because I tried those as well. It just seems to be a bit of an anomaly. And a frustrating one from my point of view. So for anybody who's sort of not quite sure what we're talking about sandwiches in the cooking recipes. So I could have gone straight to it, but instead I scrolled, because I always forget I can just keyword search. Right. Sandwich. So there you go. So there you go. It's a recipe that's known to everybody. So it should be in everybody's thing, everybody's cookbook. And among the possible ingredients, it has listed cooked meat fillet, but we cannot for the life of us find out what cooked meat it will accept. It's driving me nuts. I hate when I can't work out the thing. Yeah, but it doesn't mean any cooked meat. That's what I'm saying. It won't accept roasted. It won't accept fried. It won't accept the old system cooked meat. It won't accept the new system cooked meat. Or filleted varieties. Like, perhaps it will accept something, or perhaps it is an error. But we don't know which. Behind to the right. I'm going to assume that's the octopus one we've just left. I'm going to start winding my way back. But I'm just going to be using my pendy on the way in case we come across an exciting one that we haven't found before. I mean, you're welcome to go try Myra, yes, if you can... Oh, wait, ahead of me to the right. There was something. If you can figure it out, I would love to know. What? I had one just a second ago. Come on. Ahead and to the right. Quite close by. Marlin! Oh my god! It's a marlin one! Oh, the big fish! That big fish! Good night, bun. It's the big one! Oh, I'm gonna try and catch a marlin and it's gonna go so badly. I'm gonna break all my gear. Come on. Come on. It's the big one. Head and to the right. Come on. Come on. In front, very close. In front, very close. He's like the biggest fish in the game besides the shark. They're about the same size, to be honest. Come on. Come on. Head to the left. Dum. Dum. Come on. Very close versus pretty close by. You know, I don't actually know which of those is closer. I feel like very close might be closer, and I wonder if I've overshot. Maybe its name is Lena. Do you know what? I was listening to Lena Marlin the other day, and I'd sort of forgotten about her. To the left, pretty close. Don't need to, Bun. Know who it is. Come on. Still saying pretty close by. Feel like I'm circling around it. Left, very close. Yeah, I had overshot. Come on. Why are you being so tricky to nail down?
Hello. Meh.
Wait.
Brr.
Okay, am I seeing any sharkies here? No. Let's just disembark a second. So, you've made a sandwich with cooked meat, Madoon. How did you do it? With new cooked meat? And it's letting you use fried meat as well. What kind of fried meat? Because I wonder if it's finicky about the kind. I tried like a handful of meats. Are you using generic meat? As in, you know, you used to be able to get just meat. Or are you using a specific meat? Aha! I wonder if that's it. Because I was using, like, you know, canine and bear meat and insect meat and all those other things. But you're using mystery meat, right? Which you still technically can't create anymore, I don't think. So that sounds like it is using legacy. Oh, okay. Well, it's good to know that something is creatable. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you can't get that anymore, so that's still legacy meat of a kind. But it's interesting that it wouldn't let you use legacy cooked meat. But it's accepting fried mystery meat. Right, let's try and nail down this this marlin spot. Because I feel like I'm just going round and round in circles. You mean you failed to make sense of the pendulum? Don't do this to me now. Also, I need another buoy. It's a good thing I put extra buoys in my boat. Surely I'm not now out of range. It's giving me fail to make sense everywhere I go, though. Wagwan. I see. So it just turns into legacy meat. How was I getting it all the time I was in the boat, and now that I'm in the water, it's saying there's nothing nearby? This brings me back to my Wurm isn't where you think you are. Wurm doesn't think you are where your boat thinks you are. I mean, I'm using the pendulum, but yeah, maybe you're right. It wasn't actually activated. It seems weird that you can use it if it's not activated, though. No, it's still giving me fail to make sense. Oh, it was right there. I had it. Maybe I need to go further forward. This is what I mean now about, like, when I'm going around in the boat, I spam it quite frequently because unlike traitor pendulums or champ pendulums, you don't get anywhere near as much range on these, and I'm not sure why. It's giving me nothing now. Out of interest. How about back in the boat? That's so weird. It's not even like we're close to the end of a season. Well, I mean, it would be worth trying. Maybe I should make a gold pendulum and see. The thing is, we were just literally before I just got out of the boat. Okay, behind me to the right, so maybe we had just overshot it. Because now we're up to fairly close by. And we were at pretty. Okay, now we're at pretty close by. So maybe we had just overshot it before I got out. Cooked bear meat made you a... Oh, I tried it with so many things. So was that cooked? Was that new cooked bear meat, as in cooked bear meat, as in bear meat that's been wrapped and turned into cooked bear meat? Like that I can search for worms from all the way up here, apparently. So is that new cooked, as in cooked the new way? Behind me and to the right. Excellent. Well, I shall go and try making some more sandwiches. Okay, marlin behind me to the right, very close. Come on. Come on. Then I'm just blithely swimming back in a deep ocean. Like, it's hard for me to describe to you all how afraid I am of open, deep water. Like, this is, in real life, this is like proper panic attack territory for me. And I have to say, I'm not terribly comfortable with what I'm doing here, but just like swimming back where I can't see. I make a lot of sandwiches. I couldn't manage to make any with meat in yesterday, and I couldn't work out why. And I was trying cooking the meat all different ways, and it wasn't counting it as a valid sandwich. It wasn't letting me create. So I need to do some testing and find out if it's restricted to only particular kinds of meat, or if there was something else at bay there. Because like I made I don't know, a dozen or so sandwiches with all kinds of different fillings, but none of the meats were working. Just keeping an eye on my stamina as well. A recipe for pickles, which is presumably different than the pickled ginger. I suspect it's made the same way as pickled ginger, but perhaps just requires a different kind of vegetable. Like, I would try, if I were you, I would try using vinegar on something like a chopped onion. See if you can make pickles that way. That's what I would expect it to be. Oh yeah, or cucumber. Did I try to put more? No, because often it doesn't like you putting multiple meats in anything. So I was only trying one. Yeah, it doesn't tend to like you putting multiple meats in things. So like I was literally just trying 2 slices of bread and various kinds of meat, and it would let me do like, you know, it would let me do dagwood with fried steak, but that's a different thing entirely. God, I hope there's nothing in the water behind me. I don't want to turn around, otherwise I'll orient myself the wrong way. How is it still a stone's throw away? Normally that's dead close. Now we're fine. Come on. Come on, Marlin. Come on. Am I carrying shitloads of fish? No, I've put all my fish down, so it's not even like I'm moving that slow. What do you mean that would be? Maybe that would be what it's restricting. Pickled veg, hand on a pottery jar with vinegar. Myra, you spoil sport. He was discovering. But yeah, I thought it would be onion because that's what like actual pickles are generally made from. There you go. You got it, Madoon. Right, finally. I got it. I got the spot. Just going to try and correctly interpret which spot it is. There we go. I'm going to assume it's going to be 78 meters down, but you never know. It might deviate. Used a pottery bowl. There we go. It is indeed 78. So that's as deep, I think, as Exodus gets. I think that might be it. Or at least that's it on this side. But in my experience, the small servers just don't get anywhere near as deep as the big ones. So that's my marlin spot. Now, what do I need to fish up marlin? Minnows. Well, I did do some minnow fishing earlier, right? So let's take the cheese off. Minnows, minnows. How many minnows have I got? Whoops. 29. Enough. Enough minnows is how many I've got. Right, let's see if we can catch some marlin, and then I'm going to call that done, I think. Maybe we'll be lucky. Maybe we'll be lucky. You finally got your ploughmans. Congratulations. Pretty good. Let's just check it though. It's 10 million years later. No marlin. Right, we're on top of it. We're in the right spot. Let's do it. Let's do it. And this one, much like the shark, should be big enough that we see it coming, I think. So which way are we going to see best? Probably much of a muchness, but I think it's slightly better this way at the moment. Come on. Come on. Come on. Big fishy. There was the big one. Oh, oh, oh! That's one! That's a marlin! Look at it! Look at it! Look at it! Look at it! We've hooked a marlin. Although it's not as big in the water as I expected it to be. I expected it to be sort of shark size. Maybe it is very far down though. Look at its very long nose. It's pulling though. It's pulling. Come on. Come on. Come on, come on. Dirt 'em. Dirt 'em. Oi, come back. Come back. Come on. Oh. Oi, oi, oi. I caught a marlin. First one. Ah. Right. Sorry. A moment of glee. Look at my marlin. Look at his nose. Look at it on my character too.
Victory.
Right. However, that was only quality 16, so it is not the 75 kilo fish that would have gotten me the journal thing. And I'm like, that was the first go. We're just going to try for one more, just one more, and then we're going to go home. Just one more. Just. That's a swordfish. It is definitely time to be going back home. But I just, since we're here, just want to see if it's always that easy. Come on. Come on, fishy fish. Myra, do you remember what skill you were at when you were shark fishing and it took you a while to catch one? Because I wonder if it's either to do with fishing skill. I mean, it could just be RNG and poor luck. I wonder if it's to do with fishing skill, or I wonder if it's because you said you were trying to fish on the spot rather than parking on the spot. And it might be that range thing that we were talking about also being at play, because I don't know how big that range is. Maybe it's a mix of the two then. But certainly being on the fishing spot seems to be doing it. I haven't actually tested being away from... There's another one. There we go. Another marlin. Look at that. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it coming. It also does not look terribly big though. And I was hoping it would be sort of sharky sized because it's a heavy fish. Look at it schnoz. Oh, okay, so you weren't that far behind where I am now. So I wonder then if the time it took to catch one was actually down to being not quite on the tile. Oh, it was a small one. Wham! I want a big one. I want one more. Definitely the last one. I just want a big one. I just want a big one. But now I've got a small one and a medium one. I suspect when I put them down, they're going to be the same model size. But for science, I feel like I should check. So I'm going to sail back to the manor. I'm going to lay all my fishies down so we can have a look at them, for those of you that have not gone to bed by that point. And my assumption is that what the game classifies as small will still be the same model size. But we'll just check.
Time for science.
Yay! Come on, little marlin. No, wait, that's wrong. Come on, big marlin. Come to a bite. Nom, 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 nom. That's not a big marlin. That's a herring. A red one. Try again. Bun said good night, but he's obviously still here. I want a big one. I do, though. I'm in the deepest water I can get in. I've got some sharkies. I've got some marlin. I feel like maybe I should have tried to go, like, big game hunting at lower skill. Because I was expecting it, even at fishing 70, I was expecting it to be a lot more challenging than it's proving. But, in fairness, these have all been quite low-quality ones. We haven't yet got one of the big heavy ones which breaks your gear and runs off with your rod. But I'm not sure that the model size is going to change that much, even when we do get a big one. Come on. Come on, big fishy. You can do it. You can do it. What? Come on. Come on. Wait. It's a marlin. It's a marlin. Here it comes. Durdum. Well, it's not small, but it also isn't telling me it's impressive. But that takes me back to my thing earlier, right? It didn't tell me that my sailfish was small, even though it was. So maybe it's an anomaly. Maybe it's just the sailfish that it's been missed off of for some reason, because it is giving me a sense of the quality of the fish that I'm catching now. So this one should be somewhere between 16 and 64 quality, because it hasn't given me a descriptor. Right, we caught it. 26. It needed to be 38 to get me the journal goal, but I said one more and then I was going to stop, so I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop. I'm going to sail home. I have caught some fish. Raise anchor. There we go. Ooh, look at those. Look at the moons. How fancy is that? Holy crop skies. That's that purple shift into night. But look at the size of the moons. Oh. So good. So good. Maybe Myra. No, it's too late for me to come all the way back out. Who'd do that? I'm going to go home, I'm going to put my fishies down, I'm going to end the stream.
Oh my.
And then a wave of tiredness is going to hit me, but I'm not going to be ready to sleep just yet, so I am going to have a wind down. But if I come sailing all the way out here, I'm not going to get to bed tonight. Woo, hello, Sharky. See, I kind of want them to be that size, you know? Yeah, I would never get to bed, so I'm going to be good. I'm not going to come back out here today, but I might come back out here tomorrow. I might come back out here tomorrow off stream and see if I can catch a bigger one. But look at those moons! And I didn't wind my wool or anything. I got too excited. What a pretty sky. What a pretty sky. Myra. In fairness, like I have got I'm miles off on those journal goals. Ruffles ahead of me on fulfilling journal goals. So which one is it? It's going the distance. Road less travelled. Road less travelled. There you go. Oh, actually, I'm not miles off. You know what? That would be the one. Or I could just plant a shitload of trees, but the catching the fish one is actually now feasibly much, much closer. Good night, Bun. I'm further ahead on road less travelled and on going the distance than I am on the winding road, which I've got loads missing on. And it's not like it's going to be these two, basically. I haven't got leather working up high enough yet to get that one, and mining a ton of high quality ore my mining is not high enough to do that yet. So it's going to be between these two. This one's easy to do. This one I just need to either persuade Calvert to actually finish some spars with me, or I just need to go and like spar some of my alts and things. But either of these two, those are going to be the one that's sort of like the throttling point on Winding Road. Going the distance, again, either of these actually quite easy to do. They just take a little bit of time because I've completed epic mission structures, but not ones that are valid, and they have to be valid to count for this. So for an active mission, my leatherworking, 54, I think, something like that. Are you going to tell me that the way to do it is to get something at quality 70 and just damage it a little bit and then just try and imp it over with sweet spot imping? $54.29. Because that is the way. I don't know if I can do it yet at 54, but that is the way to do the armor one quickest, is to have something imped up to 70 by somebody else when it's within your sweet spot zone, and then just tink it down below so you can imp it back up over. It's not 80, it's 70. The ore is 80, the leather is 70, I think, isn't it? Wait, hang on. Also, I've just completely overshot the canal. My cloth tailoring's the same, but leatherworking is the more useful one to me if I'm going to be skilling anything. Winding Road. Oh no, it is 80. It is 80. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, I couldn't do that from 54, but it wouldn't take that much to get my leather working up to sort of like 60, 65 or 70. You know, if I knuckle down and do it, it's not like it's an impossible task. I just haven't done it yet. I'm not very good at sort of chasing my journal goals. Most of them have just been done sort of accidentally as I go. And there's still some. Hang on. Let's just not beach ourselves. Let's at least line ourselves up properly. Yeah, it is 80, Madoon. I was wrong there. It is 80 that it wanted to get to. So apparently I still haven't created a small cart, even though I'm sure I have. I'm sure I have on Crim. Apparently I still haven't harvested 5 cotton in the time since this journal system was brought into the game. Or made some wine. Or killed a creature with a catapult. I did do all of the picking up speed. But yeah, I'm not far off any of these. And the really big one on Road Less Travelled was the Destroy 25 Veins. But there is a very, very lovely person on Indie who has been making canals, tunnel canals, and just inviting people in to go and finish off ore veins that they've tinked down to next to nothing. So he actually tinked me over on that one. He gave me several veins to just finish off to get that one out of the way. Yeah, that's what I figured, Bun, about 15 skill under. So at 54, if it was 70 I was aiming for, it would be doable just. But I need to get up to about 65, I reckon. So yeah. But also, whoops, I'd need to get up to 65 to do it with sweet spot imping, but also, to be honest, I wear Drake, so I ought to get my leather working over 70. I just haven't yet. Like, it is a skill I should be skilling. Just meh. Have not yet. Just do that journal goal on Epic. Well, I could, Scooter. I could. And I might. I mean, we are going to have to make some armor. And imp some armor. And I've got loads on Destinations Unknown. Like, I'm miles off most of these. I'm approaching the 5,000 skill points. I'm approaching the 500 cooked recipes. And if I pull my finger out, to be honest, that should be quite easy to do. I know how to do them, I just haven't cooked them all yet on Crim. Apparently I haven't built a 10-story building, but again, not difficult to do. I just I don't like doing them for the sake of it, and I haven't had a good reason to legit build a 10-story building yet. 88% of the way towards missions. Don't know how many titles I'm on, and I'm annoyed that it doesn't tell you how close you are in percentage on the titles one. That's frustrating. Is there any way to count how many titles you've got other than like manually counting? Does it tell you in here? I did. So that's /titles. But that's not... Oh, there we go. 108. There we go. Yeah. So I'm actually not that far off it in titles because, for example, I've got a load of basics here, all of which I think give you a title. So if I bothered to go completing a load of my basics, that would net me several of the remaining titles that I need, and knocking a few more skills up. I haven't got many that are close to the 50s. I think I've got mostly ones that probably need to now be tinked up to 70. Let's have a look. So yeah, let's not look at the tools. That's asking for trouble. So shipbuilding shouldn't take too long to get over 50, would get me another title. What else have we got that's close to a title? Digging is not that far off, but I haven't got any big digging projects on at the moment. Stone cutting, pretty close to a title. So yeah, you know, getting the titles one is pretty feasible. Just haven't got there yet. Animal taming, likewise, not that far off its next title. And then we've got all the ones down here that I have just never fucking touched. Milling and cartography, both early 40s. So what was that? That was the titles one. Slaying 20,000 creatures, 70% of the way there. I don't deliberately go hunting anything. So that is just from things that I have killed when they've been in my way. I suppose if I went deliberately hunting stuff, I could move that up a bit faster, but that's not where I get my joy. I don't particularly want to do that in a hurry. Imping items. It's going to be a while before I get this one, but haven't got the difficult treasure maps one yet either. But yeah, the rifts one, that's a way off. I haven't been rifting properly in a good while. We are, however, there's Calvert's villa, not quite rendering. There we go, just getting into rendering. My archaeology isn't that close, Myra. I struggle to get back into the schedule of rifting is part of the problem. I'm just sort of, it's not quite on my radar. So I go through phases of rifting. The last phase I did was right before they did the change to rift points. But we're not actually going to the villa. We're going down here. Get skilled tonight done. That's actually not what I wanted. Yeah, my archaeology's closest, I think, but that's a way off. Yeah, that's a hair's breadth off 96, and I think that's the highest one I've got by some margin. Restoration's at 93. Carpentry is some way. Like my hot food cooking, my large maul, they're both at 90. Carpentry's only like 93.98, so that's a hair's breadth off 94, but no, there's nothing close to 99. You're at 62% on rifts. Wow, Ruffle. That is pretty good. You have been grinding hard at rifts lately, though. Your highest skill is large maul. What is it? Large maul's definitely my best weapon skill. 90.24. So currently I'm on the huge axe because having got the 90 title in that, I figured I ought to skill up some other weapons. And since I was already training up aggressive, now I'm on huge axe, which is 89, so it's not long. It's not long before I'm going to have to switch to another weapon and put this one down. I could lean properly into sword and board. I also kind of want to do one of the pole arms ones. Where are you? Staff? Is it staff? Something like that. Yeah. Kind of want to do staff, but LMC up to 5.55. Nice. No shield skill. Nope, none. Why will I want that for Epic Scooter? For the PvP that I'm not going to do, or for all the beasties that are going to, like, bite the shit out of me? Yeah, I've been, like, I want to say I've been training shield skill, but I haven't at all. But when I go out in my pirate Crim outfit, I do have a shield, which is why I have any shield skill at all, but it's very, very little. Where was it? Where's shields? Shields, there we go. So large metal shield at 27. All of the others at 1. And a bit on a couple. Just never really been a sword and board kind of a fighter. PvP may happen to us, yes, that is true. That is true. But if it does, I don't think my little bit of grinding shield skill is going to make that much difference. Probably. What? Why am I so slow? Oh, because I'm carrying... Wow, that Marlin weighs 50. Bloody hell. Okay. You know what? Let's go get my horse. Slowly. Let's put my worms away. Come on, horsey. And then I'm going to take these very heavy fish up to the manor, lay them down so we can have a good look at them. And then I'm going to call it a night. Because I'll find a train of mobs biting my ankles. Why will I find that more on Epic than I find that anywhere else, though? Open keep net. How does one detach the keep net? Do I have to actually be in the boat to do it? Whoa. That was a weird refresh. Somebody mentioned earlier, was that you, Myra, earlier, that mentioned that people had been getting the game just refreshing when they like embark and disembark? Because that's the second one of those I've had today. When I embark, where the game just kind of like does a little refresh. There we go. Apparently I have to be in the boat to detach it. Oh, but it's got to be empty first. Dang. Can I even carry that many fish? No. Can my horse? No. Uh-oh. Okay. Hang on. Quick bit of strategic something or other. The catfish are really heavy, so those can bugger off. What about if we're not carrying the catfish? Can we carry the rest? Wait. Yeah. Can we carry the rest? Most of them. Yes. Sod those catfish. Right, the catfish are currently loose. Loose in the boat. Let's have 1. Just so that we can do a size comparison. Because the catfish weigh so much. But they're not that big. But they are so heavy. Oh, that screenshot of 52 lava spiders. Yeah, but you have to work pretty hard to get 52 lava spiders all following you without disengaging. Just saying. Next question is going to be, do I actually have a surface big enough to put these fish down? Maybe on the dining table? Maybe? Let's find out. Can we fit the fishies here? Maybe, probably. Let's have a look. Right, let's pop you down there for now. Okay, so starting with the important fish. Wait, there's my marlin. Okay. So look at it, it's huge. So starting with one of my marlin, which is, it is huge. Out of interest, is the small marlin any smaller? I don't think it is. No, look at that, same model size. Okay, so I'm going to turn that around so that we can see its top rather than its belly, because that's probably a slightly better view. So that's our marlin. Then one of our sharkies. Wait. Oh. Yes, I need to carry it. One of our sharkies. Apparently I was already carrying one. So there's our sharky. Maybe let's just pop him there. Look at his smiley face, though. It is a different model, though, to the actual shark, because you can see one with his head stuck through there. Like, they've got, like, their jaws open with teeth, whereas this white shark, he's got a smiley face. There's no teeth. Octopus. Little octo friend. Ah, so good. Snook. Snook's pretty big, actually. No wonder they're a bit of a pain to catch. So that's a snook for you. Let's have a salmon, which is huge, and yet weighs nothing like what that marlin weighs. Not that you'd know it. Pike. Let's have a look at a pike. Also large. That's a pike. Catfish. Not small. What else have we got? A herring. Whoops. No, I dropped my herring. Come back. Wait, why can't I mouse over? There we go. A little herring. And is that it for fishies? What have we got? No, there's still a smallmouth bass. We've done a snook, right? Fun discovered you have a hedgehog right outside your bedroom window. What noise did you hear? I've heard them do snuffles. What other kinds of noises do they do? Snook, yes, we've done snook. So, bass. Oh, wait, we haven't done the sailfish. Sailfish. Oh, holy crap. That's the sailfish. No wonder it's a special fishy. So that's the sailfish. That's the smallmouth bass. We've got a carp there. We've got a brook trout. We've got almost all of them, you know. And the roach and the perch and things I've been throwing in my tackle box, but I can fish some of them back out. So brook trout is there. That's a particularly nice and detailed model, I think. Very fish-like. Super snuffly and snorty like little pigs. Ah, how cute. We got a carp, which, wow, carp is big. I did not expect the carp to be quite that big. Right, that's carp for you. And then I think we've just got the little tiddlers. So a sardine. They're small. but pretty. A roach. Less small. Also pretty. A perch. So I'm missing some of the cave fish here. I haven't got a worm fish for you. And I haven't got a loach. But we've got most of the others except for the remaining special fish, because I only caught 4 of the special fish. There you go, and a minnow. So I think that's all the fishies that I have got to show you. But that's pretty good. Pretty good. Look at them. So magnificent. Look at his derpy little smiley face. He's so happy to be dead. Right, so that all that would leave still to get. I have not yet caught a blue shark, because this is white shark, but there are blue sharks to catch as well. So for another time. Dorado and tuna are the only special fish that I've not caught, because there's 7 in total and I've caught 4 of them today for the first time ever. And other ones that are missing, not on this table, are the wormfish and the loach, which are 2 cave fish. We caught a clam, but I haven't actually put it down to show you because I opened it up already. But I think everything else we've got, the salmon, the sardine, yep, that's it. That's it. There's only 5 fish missing from this display. I'm not going to leave them out. Well, I might leave them out for him. Maybe I'll leave them out for him. Maybe I'll rearrange them. But only high quality ones, those are going in the FSB. But the low quality ones, maybe I will leave those out for him to find. Log on tomorrow and be like, what? Yeah. So, there we go. We've had a fishing stream. I did indeed go shark fishing, even though I didn't mean to. And caught some other exciting things besides. I'm sure that there was more wisdom that I wanted to impart about what kind of tackle and things do and don't matter, but you know what, we covered the most of it. Use twigs for everything. Is my floats suggestion. You can get most things with a medium rod if you care to, and a professional fishing rod for the special fish tiles if you don't want to go getting yourself a full kit. Lemon and orange wood for your wooden hooks will get you fish faster. You want those for fishing competitions at Impelongs, where time is of the essence. And a full fishing kit uses a billion skills, but you know what, once you've actually got it, most of it is not that bad. And if you want to skill fishing fast, your best skill gain that you can get, at least up to the level that I'm at, which is 70, you probably want to get up to at least 20 something with a net if you have no skill, but spearfishing is your fastest route to fast skill gains and lots of fishies, incidentally. So if you're thinking about doing some fishing with this skilling weekend, make yourself a nice wooden spear. Try not to spear your toes too much. Put your slate bonus on, and that will get you there the fastest, I think. Almost got it to 90. What is that? Infinite. Nice. So Myra and Ruffle have made a gnar, and Myra has imped it up to 90. But not rare. But 90 is still pretty good. 90 is still pretty good. So I'm going to leave it there, my lovelies. Thank you for coming and hanging out with me on my my fishing adventures for my cool down today, because the lovely Myra made me some nice fishing lines earlier. You should all go visit one of her markets. It's been a while since I've had the old Grumpy Gumple market on my cool downs, so that's my pick for today. It's not on Exodus, but it is where the lovely Myra is. And if you also want to get into fishing and don't want to make your own fishing lines, good night, Rigor. If you also want to get into fishing and don't want to make your own fishing lines, maybe flutter your eyelashes at Myra and try and persuade her to put up a fishing merchant, so we can all go and buy her fishing lines. So good night, Myra. Good night, Bun. Good night, Ruffle. Good night, Scooter. I don't know if we've already lost Madoon, but if you're still there, Madoon, good night to you, and good night to anybody else as well who's still lurking in chat. I will catch you all soon. Take care.